Today, I am wanting to talk about an incredibly important topic. Yesterday, when we were on stream talking about sovereign citizens and how gross they are, we ran into Muhammad in our chat. He is a resistance fighter fighting against the Taliban in Panjshir Province in Afghanistan. We got to learn a good bit about his life and his life story then, but I felt like his story might get kind of lost, being that the stream was originally titled something else, and we did talk for a good beginning of the stream about an entirely different topic. Once we started to get to talk to Muhammad and learn his story, we completely shifted gears and focused on him. He is in a very difficult situation right now. He is having to run off of generators, run his electronics, everything else off of generators and oil because the Taliban has cut off electricity to his village. They are in very dire circumstances. They are dealing with constant attacks. They are dealing with constant struggle. And so we got to learn a little bit about Muhammad yesterday. We were very fortunate to have him in the chat, and I invited him back again today if he has the ability to join us and discuss his situation more and have an entire stream dedicated to that. So I appreciate everybody joining us today. I messaged Muhammad in our Discord to see if he would be available to discuss. He told me earlier that he was, but it took me a little while to get the stream set up. So until then, we'll be waiting on him. I hope everybody's doing well. Until we have him in the chat, if there's any questions about his story or his situation, definitely feel free to ask. If you want to see the original comments and everything that got this started, definitely go back and check out our previous stream. His part starts at about an hour and 10 minutes into the stream. So I'm going to eventually go in and add that as a marker in the stream, but it is an incredibly inspiring story. It is very difficult to hear. Muhammad has dealt with a lot of loss in his life and a lot of struggle, but nonetheless, it makes me feel very fortunate and very disappointed in myself a little bit because I feel like for what it's worth, I do take life for granted, and I think a lot of us do, especially in the Western world, and we don't fully understand how bad things could be. So I appreciate everybody being here. Again, being here is helping Muhammad to spread his story. One of the biggest things that he told me yesterday in the stream that he told the rest of our chat was, please, please, please share my story. He, doesn't know how long his fighters are going to be able to hold out there in the Panjshir province. The Panjshir province is right next to uh, the capital of Afghanistan. It's protected by the mountains a little bit, but it's still a very, very difficult terrain. It is something that is still, Afghanistan is still controlled by the Taliban. So even though they may have some natural defenses and natural protections, they're still in a very difficult situation. It is next to impossible for them to get resupplied. They're dealing with a lot of struggle and a lot of heartache, but the Western media hasn't covered it a ton. The most recent thing that's come up has been the earthquake in Afghanistan, which happened earlier this morning. It happened actually a little bit, for us yesterday. It was interesting as we were getting up this morning. Muhammad actually sent us messages talking about the earthquake and that one of his friends was injured. And then maybe, 5, 10 minutes later, we get notifications that, oh, there's been an earthquake in Afghanistan from like Western media, from different news outlets. And so Muhammad is dealing with things on the ground in Afghanistan. He is actively fighting against the Taliban. The Taliban has taken a lot from him, has taken family members, has taken friends, has taken, more than we could ever imagine. So I really want to make sure that his name is said and that his story is shared as far and wide as possible. If you know anybody who might be able to share this story further, if you know any way to continue to get the word out, please, please do, because we are trying to. I've made posts on all my social media about it. I'm getting Vincent, one of our very dedicated citizens, to help create an edit reel of the situation yesterday that we saw his comments in, just to try to get a general concept of his story and to really get his position told as best possible. So we're dealing with that a lot. We are going into trying our best to cover it. And right now I'm pulling up Discord so that we can go ahead and make sure that we check everybody in our chat. New England said good morning, New England. I can't wait to see it. I'm a little bit tense. I started hearing messages and pings on my Discord, and I was worried that everything was okay. And I woke up this morning to Muhammad messaging me and telling me that he was okay and that he and his people had made it through the night, which gave me a big sigh of relief. But he did also tell us about the earthquake and that things were happening there. So this is a big deal. He did tell us that today is probably going to be his last day on stream because they are running out of oil. Raspberry says, I hope Muhammad makes it today. I do as well, but if not, I know he's dealing with much, much more important things. I would definitely use it. Normally, I'd be jokey and I'd use this time to plug the stream, but yeah, absolutely. It was out of nowhere. It was out of the blue, and it was something that was really, really intense for all of us. Again, if you want to go back and watch that, definitely do. It was a wild story from start to end. Raz says, hi, how's everybody? Le Detroit Demir says, Terate in the chat. Greetings, Terate. It's good to see you. Terate, if I'm pronouncing that correct. Reptile says, I do hope I get to learn about his story. Agreed. Michael Ryan joined in. Michael, see if Muhammad will be available to discuss with us. Again, this is an absolute a fraction of what we talked about yesterday on stream, but still absolutely crazy to hear a lot of his story and hear what's going on there. First off, again, I do want to wish everybody well who was in the earthquake there in Afghanistan today. I know, aside from this story, that is a big human rights disaster as well. I think over 1,000 people injured or killed. Incredible devastation that's happened there. Buildings collapsing. On our TikTok, I actually posted a video with a picture in the background of a building collapsed. And so this is definitely something that's very concerning on top of the fighting that's going on top of the issues that everybody's dealing with in Afghanistan, to also be having natural disasters rock the situation makes things even harder for everybody. So I definitely am sad to see. I am definitely sad to see continued issues there in Afghanistan, but this is an ongoing situation there and has been for a long, long time. Reptile says, Michael Ryan headed out. Reptile says, connection's dying. I'm sorry. Is everybody getting the stream all right? Like, let me know. The other day, everybody said this was a better spot for me to stream at, so I tried to move to this area. Let me know if the stream's okay. If not, I can try somewhere else. Keep me updated. Raz says, bye. Yeah, yesterday everybody was like, "Oh, this is much much higher quality than the streams have been." So please keep me updated. I'm sorry to hear if the stream is like laggy or causing any difficulties. I have been trying my best to find a better spot to do them. Let's see. Okay, so we have some stuff pulled up. Let's see if we can get into the Discord. Oh goodness. Discord is looking real gross right now for some reason. Let me try and pull it back up again. Excuse me, everybody. Okay, so again, we are. Oh gosh, why is it so weird? Let me go ahead and just reset my computer because Discord is being very, very weird right now. When I pull it up, it's doing like the HTML setup. I'm not sure what's happening. Reptile says it's kind of cutting out, but it is stopped right now. Okay, that's good. So it's better, hopefully. Raz says, I know people complain about the Wi-Fi, but I understand the struggle. I appreciate it, and that's the thing that sucks. It's not even Wi-Fi. It's just that we're so far out. Right now, I'm using cellular data. I'm using, I should have 5G, but here I only have 4G. The Wi-Fi connection is slightly unstable as well. So whether I would connect to the Wi-Fi or connect to my 4G is about the same. The Wi-Fi may be a little more difficult, but or a little more unpredictable. But this is kind of the situation right now. So I do appreciate you guys understanding. Onyx says, "Rip, is everything okay? Like, I can't see the stream, so please let me know how good or bad the situation is. I feel bad because if the situation is really bad, This is trying to get the word out for Muhammad, so I feel really concerned about that. 5 viewers. Baliga says hi. Baliga, it's good to see you. Um, Onyx says the stream just cuts from time to time. I'm sorry to hear that. Does it look clear when it is in, or is it like really, really grainy, really messed up? I know the last few streams, people have been complaining that things are very pixelated. Worst comes to worst, I might go outside and try and see if that will help a little bit more. Sorry, I just had to put my hand in front of the camera. I'm trying to feel my phone. Onyx says I just finished an animation that took all night. I'm glad to hear that, and I hope it went well. Once again, I'm trying to pull up the Discord so that we can read Muhammad's messages. I'm trying to discuss with you guys to see what's going on with you, and I'm trying to figure out whether the stream is super pixelated or not. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Discord's working significantly better. Um, okay, very cool. So first off, I just want to read Muhammad's messages in the live chat, in the Discord general, because these are some interesting things as well. So Muhammad says massive earthquake at 6:30 a.m. our time. He said a massive earthquake has happened in Afghanistan several hours ago. Panjshir Provence has been hit very badly. I'm sorry to hear, Muhammad, and that's scary. These very few places of high resistance in Afghanistan getting absolutely decimated by an earthquake is not going to do any favors for the resistance fighters there. Muhammad says, well, my house has been damaged a little bit, but it's still holding. And I'm really glad to hear that from Muhammad, especially because when we talked to him last, he had talked about how half of his house was destroyed. It had been bombed. Um, Reptile says, dang, bro, is he doing okay after the earthquake? Um, um, uh, Vincent said that's it's good that he's okay. He said he'd been tasked with making a video about Muhammad's story and asked Muhammad if there was anything that he would like him to cover besides what's already been in the live stream. Muhammad said nothing much. 99% of the stuff was said on stream. The only thing I can add is that my father was beheaded by the Taliban while I was watching that. I saw it with my own eyes. That's all, and that's not just all. That's an incredibly terrible thing to hear. He was telling us very similar stories about the Taliban taking his father from him, about the Taliban taking his sister as a prisoner, and potentially trafficking her. Telling us about his brother losing limbs, about his mother going blind from shrapnel, and just incredibly devastating stuff. Vincent said Muhammad said he was running out of oil. He did tell us that earlier today. Onyx said, yeah. Alicia said, I'm so sorry to hear that there's been a quake, but I'm happy to hear his house is still holding. Absolutely. Still standing, yeah. Reptile says, I'm sorry to hear what's going on. My prayers go out to his family. Absolutely. And I appreciate that. For anybody religious out there, I'm sure Muhammad definitely appreciates your prayers. I would ask you to continue to pray. As far as us, I feel devastated because there's not enough that we can do. With the situation that they're in, we were even asking him yesterday, like, hey, is there a way to send money? Is there a way to donate? Is there a way to do anything? And because they are in a very isolated region of Afghanistan, there's no way for them to actually like turn any online funding into reasonable accommodations. They can't spend anything anywhere because they're cut off from the rest of Afghanistan and the rest of the world, and being kind of in this fight for their freedom. On top of that, even if they were, it's not like they can just go to the bank. They're actively would be using that funding against the current regime there. So it's a big problem. There's really nothing that can be done, and that's what he was saying. Muhammad was talking about that he's in his 40s, that he was born in the 1980s, and that there isn't anything to be done. Alicia said, "Oh my, I didn't see the full stream yesterday. Had no idea that his father and sister were captured, killed. Absolutely horrendous. My heart goes out to him. I appreciate that, Lady Von Doom. That's a big deal. And I think that's the thing that's important to remember about this is that one, we have no idea what other people's lives are like and what people are going through around the world. But on top of that, it's really important to stress what it is that we see happening in other countries and to be able to hold our countries accountable for what happens. That was one of the biggest things that struck me was, as he was talking, he was saying, how the president of Afghanistan, when the Taliban were taking over, just left. He had to survive, but still, he was saying that he wished he would have fought against them, like he's having to do for his family. He was talking about how he felt like the U.S., just abandoned them and just left them. With no support, people who had been fighting for the U.S. and to try and help to establish um, some sense of security and stability, and ended up absolutely just leaving. So I think a lot of people, both in the U.S. and in Afghanistan, feel incredibly devastated with the way that things turned out and with the U.S.'s withdrawal. Of course, I don't think anybody liked that the U.S. was in Afghanistan in the first place, but now that all of that weapons and all of that funding that was abandoned has been left directly to the Taliban, it has made the situation that these fighters are in drastically more intense, especially with this current earthquake. Um, um, New England says, "Why are you talking about the fighting for Taliban in Afghanistan?" I'm talking about fighting the Taliban, fighting against the Taliban. Muhammad, who was in our stream yesterday in New England, discussed with us how he is in Panjshir Province in Afghanistan fighting against the Taliban. And it's an active war zone there where they're trying to defend the last three provinces that are in open rebellion against the Taliban. And trying to ensure that their way of life is maintained, even at the loss of many of their family and friends' lives. They're trying to maintain some semblance of freedom, and to not be ethnically cleansed, and to not be you know murdered by different rival faction groups in Afghanistan that are vying for power. It's an absolutely sad story, and it's something that I think has been weighing on my mind incredibly heavily since yesterday. One, about how I view my own life in contrast, and as well about how there isn't enough to be done, and that's very, very concerning. Reptile says, "I'm so sorry to hear all of this, AP, but I have to go, unfortunately. My prayers go out to him and his family. I might be able to get on later, but I'm not 100% sure." I appreciate it, Reptile. Just please keep, sharing and supporting the videos as much as you can. As soon as you can, if you'd like to, please hop back on. We would be excited to have you, but if not, I definitely understand. Just keep Muhammad in your thoughts, and make sure that if you get a chance, find some way to talk about his story, find some way to share his story. That's what he asked us to do. Alicia says, "This is definitely a role for micronations. As far as holding macronations accountable and bringing awareness to everyday people, the media leaves so much out." I completely agree, Alicia. Reptile says, "Goodbye, everyone. I have to go." Goodbye, Reptile. Thank you for being with us. Real quick, I want to continue with what Muhammad was saying. Um, um, uh, Vincent says, "All right, that's bad. I'm sure you'll never unsee that." And then asked, "How old are you, Muhammad?" And Manu said, "I'm sorry that happened as well." Muhammad said, "I was born in 1982 and is 40 years old." Um, Muhammad said that his father was killed in 1999 in Kandahar. Um, Vincent asked if he still had his mother. He said yes, but she's blind. Um, and then from shrapnel, he said, um, Vincent said, "That's really sad." Muhammad said, "I've been fighting since I was 13 years old." He's been fighting since he was a child. He's been fighting, like, people who are 13 are like, when I was 13, I was like watching Ninja Turtles and like playing video games and like, you know, trying to stay out with my friends and stuff like that and skateboard. Muhammad was fighting a war, insane, trying to survive and keep his family afloat in a war zone. That's intense. That's something that I don't think any 13-year-old should have to deal with, let alone any person. You know what I mean? Like, that's horrific. Alicia said, "I hope we can figure out some actionable steps to assist Muhammad and those in Afghanistan." I agree. I agree. And right now, we asked him yesterday, and the big thing that he stressed was make sure that this story is told. Keep talking about it. Don't let people forget what's happening. Connor Hebner said, "Hello, hello, Connor. How are you?" So I think that's my duty. You know what I mean? I told Muhammad I would do that, and I'm going to continue to do that. Every stream now is not going to be about Afghanistan, but we're definitely going to be talking about it more. We're definitely going to be, when I have the opportunity to speak to people and they ask me about some of my memorable experiences, I want this to come up. I want to talk about Muhammad and share his story whenever you can. If you just have social media and you want to go out there and tweet or Instagram post or whatever about the situation in Afghanistan right now and about the active ongoing fight that is happening that media isn't talking enough about. There is still resistance in Afghanistan fighting the Taliban. Everybody moved away and started talking about the war in Ukraine, which is a big deal, but there are still people actively trying to fight for their lives in Afghanistan that the Taliban is trying to pretend doesn't exist. So there is still resistance to their occupation. There is still a lot of turmoil going on in Afghanistan, and these people just want to raise awareness for that. So please, please, if you can, try to support them and try to, make that. Connor says, hello, can you summarize Muhammad's story? Sure. Thank you for asking. So, Connor, from what I gathered yesterday, Muhammad is a part of what he was describing as the Northern Alliance, which seems like a collection of two or three different provinces in Afghanistan, which are actively in rebellion against the Taliban. The Taliban controls, what the Taliban claims is 100% of the country, but in reality, that's not true. Places like Panjshir um, are really near the capital, but they are covered in mountains and in really difficult to cross terrain. And so that being the case, Panjshir is very very difficult to capture. And in every single part of the war in Afghanistan, and for longer than that, for decades and decades and hundreds of years, the Panjshir Valley has been incredibly difficult to capture by any group, by any invading force. And so this is the same issue that the Taliban is dealing with now, where they're trying to capture Panjshir, and the people of Panjshir do not want it. So they're fighting back and trying to survive. The problem is that as Muhammad told us yesterday, he and his people in the Panjshir province are running out of resources. Muhammad has an AK-47 from the 1980s, I think he said, or 1970s, that is still functional and is still working. But they have like two crates of ammunition. He said a while back, a few months ago, somebody brought them two crates of ammunition. He said they have 50 fighters and that they're actively trying to push back against the Taliban, but they're running out of ammunition, and more importantly, they're running out of oil and gas. He said he was having to use oil and gas to keep generators running in order to be on the internet and to have electricity in general, but that was running out. He said those reserves of oil that he had weren't anything that was brought into them. It was his family who had stockpiled oil for years and years and years. So fortunately, they had some oil, and now that oil reserve is depleting, and he has no way to resupply his people. So they're just kind of hoping for a miracle right now. They're just, trying to hunker down and trying to continue to fight against these people who are coming in and attempting to invade them every single day. Yesterday, when we were on stream, he was talking about how there were two Taliban fighters who came into his village and that someone else had to kill them actively while he was on stream. He said, I had to he said, I'll be right back. There's something going on. And then he came back a few minutes later talking about how they had been attacked and that one of his friends ended up attacking these Taliban fighters. He said they have tons of their flags. He said, their flag is the white flag with the Arabic inscription on it, and that, like you may have seen in the media, and that they have, I think he said, like tens or hundreds of those flags. Like every single invading force that has come to the Panjshir province has brought one of those flags, whether it's one person or whether it's 10 people who are coming to fight. And so they have a lot of those flags apparently, and they said they burned them. We were talking about what happened to Muhammad, what kind of situation he was in. He was describing that previous to yesterday's earthquake, or I guess today's earthquake, he had been in a situation where his house had been bombed, and I'm sure that's a very common situation in that area. But to the point that half of his house was still standing at that point, and that's what he was living in. That's what he's still living in. However, now his house has even more damage from that earthquake that happened. So he said it took some damage, but is still standing, which is certainly good. But to think if you're living in already half a house, and then that gets an earthquake on it, that makes the situation even worse. And he said that Panjshir Province was one of the places most affected. So this stronghold of resistance, this place that is trying to fight for freedom and push back against the Taliban, is now getting rocked even harder by natural disaster, and that there is very little that anybody can do about it. Again, the U.S. isn't stepping in and intervening. Outside forces aren't joining in. They don't really have any allies. They are surrounded by the Taliban, and they are cut off from the rest of the provinces that are trying to assist them. Panjshir Province, again, is inside the mountains and is surrounded by mountains. So the rest of the provinces that, the other two that are trying to support them, and from what I understand, the Northern Alliance, is still in a situation where they are getting absolutely attacked on all sides and cannot connect to their neighbors to supply or to work together in any way because they are surrounded by the Taliban's forces. Connor says, for people that weren't at the stream yesterday, agreed. I hope that helped a little bit. If you have any more questions, let me know. Again, that's just trying to recall off the top of my head. There was so much that was talked about, but it is really important that we continue to try and raise awareness for this. So Connor, please try to discuss it, and please try to raise awareness. Alicia said, children fighting wars they didn't start is a problem all over Africa, including the Middle East. It happens in pockets and not as much attention is paid to this problem. Agreed. Alicia said, we're talking entire generations of in pockets, living with the trauma of war and seeing their own families murdered gruesomely. I hope micronations can help stop this somehow, some way. I completely agree. And I think the first step is to just denounce it, to just talk about, hey, this is wrong. This is insane. This shouldn't be happening. That's a very simple thing to do, but the more that you talk about it, and when it's not in the media, when it's not, a big thing that everybody's discussing, when you go out of your way to keep reminding people, hey, this is still happening, this is still existing, you know what I mean? People brought up like the Coney 2012 thing during that period. We're talking about, child soldiers and how awful it was. When we've seen, footage of the war in Afghanistan, we've talked about how traumatic this must be for the kids involved, and then we kind of stop talking about it. It comes in waves. We get really, really energetic because it's like, oh, kids in war, this is terrible, and then it drops off really quickly. Once we hear about some African warlord or some fighting against the terrorist organization in the Middle East, we really, really jump up, and think about the atrocities that are happening, and then we all forget. It's not that we forget, but we all just kind of get back to our lives and stop really focusing on it. It's still happening. Like if we want to make any change, it doesn't need to be that we talk about it, here and there and a couple times when something pops up and it's relevant. Just bring it up. Just talk about it and say, hey, there's still atrocities. And I think that's a problem because we feel like, oh, well, why would we bring it up if there's nothing that we can do? You know what I mean? Like it's just a bummer topic. When you talk to people, if they can't do anything and you can't do anything, then it's just sad to bring it up in general. So it's better to just not discuss it unless it's relevant to the conversation. But at the same time, that's a huge disservice to the people who are actively dealing with it. You know what I mean? I think the biggest problem in the United States that we have in facing what people actually want as a part of their government is the fact that when we talk to politicians about this, you know what I mean? If you called up your local representative, you can do that and tell them, hey, I want you to support aid to Afghanistan. I want you to support, assisting those groups still fighting in Afghanistan, and make sure that it is known to the people of our county, to the people of our state, to the people of our country, that there's still fighting going on and that we should be assisting the resistance against the Taliban. You can say that. I think a lot of the time, depending on their political leaning, they would argue, oh well, there were so many failures either by the military before the removal from Afghanistan that it caused negligence, and so it's the other side's fault, or oh, it was Biden pulling out that caused problems, so it's the other side's fault. And I think That's the issue. A lot of the time when we try and deal with these problems head on, people end up spinning it and they talk about it for a second and politicize it, and then it goes away. They use it to further their platform, but they don't actually continue to try and spread the message of the people involved. So that's something that we have to do as micronations. We don't have to ascribe to a specific political agenda that's in a larger macronation. We don't have to try and give into party politics. We can stand up for specific issues that we believe in and can continue to try and raise awareness with them as much as possible. I think that's crucial. Um, um, Huntia said, "Sup? What's up, Huntia? It's good to see you." Cusnaria said, "I'm here. It's good to see you, Cusnaria." Huntia, Cusnaria, Baliga. Again, please, if you guys have social media, try to raise awareness about Muhammad's story. Try to get more people in the stream. Try to talk to more people and let them know what is happening to him. Again, I am not sure if he's going to be able to be here. I wish I would have streamed an hour earlier or something to make sure that he can know that his story is being spread. But regardless, I still want to keep talking about it. Even if he doesn't show up for the stream today, I'm determined to keep talking about this and to raise awareness. It's not right what's happening, and I just want him to be okay, and his people to be okay. Continuing in his conversation from yesterday on the earlier this morning on the Discord, um, uh, Vincent asked, "So since you were a kid, all you ever did was fight?" Muhammad responded, "Yes, I never had a single happy moment. All I saw was death and bloodshed." Um, Vincent said, "Muhammad, if your story becomes large, are you not afraid you'll be made a target by the Taliban or their sympathizers?" Muhammad said, "I'm not afraid." And Vincent said, "All right." Muhammad said, "It will be my pleasure to anger them, to make the world see the reality of life in Afghanistan." That's absolutely astounding. Um, and then Vincent said, "AP is awake if you want to talk to him." And then we messaged some privately. So I will respond with those in just a second. But Vincent said, "Hopefully, as spreading your story helps. I really do, as we can't send you stuff to help." Muhammad said, "This helps too," and said, "Okay, so I'm running low on oil. This will probably be the last stream I will be. So I just want to say thank you to you all." And then I, shared the stream that we're going into. But again, that the last message from him on our Discord was at 10:29, and I posted that response at 12:48, 12:24 p.m. So a couple hours after the last time he was on. Um, so uh, I said, Muhammad, if I were to, yeah, hold on, let's go back. So I said, "Hello, Muhammad. Thank you for joining our Discord server." He said, "Thank you, AP." I said, "Muhammad, I will continue to raise awareness for your cause through our social media, but is there anything more I can do to help? Please let us know. If you have any pictures or videos you're able to send, we would be happy to share them to spread the word." And he said, "Okay, any help is welcome. Just spreading the story of the Afghan Alliance is a big help." And I said, "I sure will. Is that the name of your resistance group inside the Northern Alliance?" And he responded, "No, it's just how I love to describe any person who opposes the Taliban." And I said, "That makes sense. I'm still proud to learn about your struggle and happy to pass along information. Is there anything you need in particular that I could add to the message in case anyone out there watching has a way to get it to you?" And he said, "I'm sorry, AP, but sadly no one can come to us on our own." And I said, "That makes sense. I'm sorry. I wish there was more to be done. Regardless, we'll spread your message. The more information you can send us, messages, pictures, videos, etc., the more effectively we can spread your message." And he said, I know. I have to rest now. I'll see you tomorrow." And that was yesterday. So then today, he said, "AP, I heard what you said to Vincent to make a video about me. I want to thank you." And I said, "Thank you, Muhammad, for sharing your story and trying to support your people in every way you can. That's the least we can do, and I only hope we can find out ways to help more in the future." In an hour or so, I'll be making some social media posts to promote our next stream, which I just did. And I'll make it exclusively about your story and the situation in Afghanistan in an effort to raise awareness. If there's anything you can share with us, your people, that you wouldn't feel would compromise your safety, I think it would help the post to reach a larger audience. He responded, "All my pictures and videos include me, and I don't want to risk anything." I said, "And my voice." And I said, "I completely understand that. Regardless, I'm looking forward to the stream if you're able to attend and feel lucky to know you." The point of our channel on YouTube is to raise awareness about our micronation, and let me see. And feeling like sometimes our countries don't represent the people inside them. that we have no intention of of anything similar. We actively pursue peaceful means of developing a country that is independent. Your story is something that's important, and I only hope we can try to show that not every U.S. and Western countries have abandoned you, even if our governments have. Muhammad said, "I heard that in the stream. I'm glad that there are people who see that." And I said, "Thank you, Muhammad. If I were to contact journalists and larger media outlets about your situation, would you be interested in speaking to them?" He said, "No, I'm not. I don't want to. I am afraid." And I said, "I understand. In that case, I'll not contact them. However, I think more serious journalists would have a better way of hiding your identity than I do." And he still said he wasn't comfortable with that. So I said, "I understand. I won't reach out." And he said, "Thank you." He said, "I have a request for you, AP. Make an emoji with the flag of the Northern Alliance. This to honor the fighters of the Northern Alliance. I have little oil, so this will probably be the last time you hear from me." Meaning next stream. He was saying, "I mean next stream." And I said, "Okay, Muhammad, we're getting ready for the stream. Are you available?" That was at 12:20, and I didn't hear from him. So, again, we are still trying to talk and be a part of the chat just in case this afternoon he gets to join us. I am eagerly awaiting his ability, if he does have the ability to join us. If not, we want to continue to raise awareness. I will probably make that emoji and get it to be a part of our Discord to help raise awareness. Baliga says, "It really makes you feel lucky. Also, thank you guys for liking the video." Again, liking the video helps to spread it out and get it recommended. It was actually insane. Our video the other day, when we ran into Muhammad, he said that it was recommended to him. It was a video that was on his recommended feed, and that's how he became a part of our conversation. So we are really lucky to have him as a part of that, and that shows the power that you all have when you share our content and when you like our videos. The more people that are engaged in this and the more people that see this content, the more likely it is to get out there to someone who may be close to him. Believe says, "In reality, it makes you feel lucky to live where you live. I'm sitting here in the UK where my biggest challenges are exams and the heat. In Afghanistan, they have to deal with earthquakes and the Taliban." Absolutely. And then he said, "My thoughts go out. I do not know what to say, but it's really sad." 100%. And I think that's really all you can say is, I want to help. I want to raise awareness. Connor Hentner said, "There's a horrible situation in Afghanistan which needs to be addressed. And there is still a war in Syria, a civil war in Syria. People keep shrugging off these situations, which is very sad." Agreed. Sinkland says, hello, Sinkland. It's good to see you. If you don't know what we're talking about, we are discussing the issue in Afghanistan, particularly around the earthquake that just happened yesterday and the ongoing resistance fighting against the Taliban, like we heard directly from one of the fighters yesterday, Muhammed, there in Panjshir Provence. Sinklin says, "Hello." Huntia said, "Huntia has been donating to humanitarian groups to countries like Ukraine, Syria, and many more nations who are currently in war." That's very good. I'm glad to hear that. Sinklin says, "It's very kind of you, Huntia. I donate, but I don't have any spare money at the moment." That makes sense. And I think that's why watching these streams is really important. Even if you don't have, physical donations that you can give, being able to watch these streams does that same effect. It still has a way of expanding our audience. It still has a way of getting the message of these people out there further. We're just trying to signal boost that as much as possible. So, Muhammad's story has nothing to do with Aeternia, but it has everything to do with trying to get it out further. So the point of doing this stream is to reach out to all of you and say, I know you're micronations. I know you are people who care about bringing justice to the world. I know you're people who care about making political statements and who want to see the world be a better place. So that being the case, I am imploring you, please talk about this on your social media. Please bring awareness to this. Please hashtag it. Please, keep bringing it up, because the more that people have it shoved in their face what is happening, the more they'll be willing to talk about it. And the higher up the chain it'll go, the more that it becomes a larger political issue in this country, the more that people, and in the world, the more that people will start to focus on Afghanistan, the more that news outlets will start to cover things in Afghanistan, because that will be what people see as popular. That's what they know that their viewers will watch. So they'll start sharing it more. They'll start growing it more. Politicians will start bringing it up more because they know it's popular with their voting base. Keep bringing it up. Keep making it an issue. Keep making it go viral to talk about the fact that there are atrocities going on and that people like Muhammad and his family are actively suffering under Taliban rule and are trying to fight against it. Um, New England says good night. Good night, New England. Connor says we should set up a GoFundMe or something like that for Muhammad and his resistance group. Connor, that's what we just talked about, though. There's no way to get them that money. First off, they're running out of resources. They're running out of oil. So the oil that they're using to run their generators, which is keeping their lights on because the Taliban cut off electricity from them and power to them, is actively being depleted. It's almost gone. So that may be a reason why Muhammad may or may not join our stream today. So that's an incredibly difficult situation and something to worry about. But that as well means that he may have very limited, if any, ability to set up accounts like that to get funding. You know what I mean? Like, do you think Muhammad has like a Visa or like a Mastercard or something to be able to set up an account with to withdraw that money? More than likely he doesn't. And on top of that, even if he did and had a way to create an account and had a way to link a bank account to it, where's he going to withdraw money? From what bank? The banks that are Taliban controlled in cities that are Taliban controlled? There's no way for him to do that. There's no way for him to do that. And even if he did get the money, he'd then have to try and use the money to go somewhere else to purchase like arms or more oil, and more than likely would just be arrested or killed. He cannot leave that small, now earthquake destroyed province that he is in, uh, because if he does, the entire surrounding area is full of Taliban fighters who will capture and execute him for being from Panjshir Province and for fighting back against their tyranny. It's horrible. Sinklins is a good idea. It's been difficult. Vincent said I've been watching but haven't been talking. Sorry. That's all right, Vincent. If there's anything that you feel like I've missed or forgotten, please let me know because I want to make sure that I get his story out accurately, and I hope he's able to join us to be able to tell us more. Um, Robert says, "Hello, how are you?" I'm doing good, Robert. Thank you. How are you? He said, "I'm great, my beloved AP." Hey, I appreciate it. Huntia says, "I will talk about this on the Huntia and TikTok." Thank you very much, Huntia. It's important. Torrance says, "No offense, but Americans have bigger and more relevant issues at home." Um, Bigger issues? I don't feel like that's fair. You can say more relevant issues to American interests, and sure, yeah, that's makes sense. Yeah, there's homelessness, there's things that are a problem, but they're not bigger issues, right? Like if you were thrown into if you were to Freaky Friday swap places with Muhammad, you would not say that the issues that you have in everyday life here are more important. As of right now, I don't have like an apartment. I'm like staying with Tiffany's family and stuff. So like I'm experiencing some difficult stuff. I don't have a job. I'm not able to like actively bring in an income. They're all things that I'm trying to fix in my life, but they're not things that I have at the moment. Everyone has like personal individual struggles. That's nothing compared to having to fight every day of your life just to survive and constantly watching your family members murdered in front of you. Like it's not bigger. It's not bigger in any degree, but I understand you saying it's more relevant to you. That's just different. You're seeing one every day of your life versus the other that is on the other side of the world and you don't think about. But that's what's so important about today's stream is not to say, oh, well, I'm not going to think about it right now. There's other stuff I have going on. No, this is to bring up, to raise awareness about it. If you were able to continue to raise awareness about it and continue to bring up this problem, people would start to focus on it more. If you could fix and help to solve things there and make life a little bit easier for people there would be so much more people who are able to be educated. There would be so many more people who are able to travel and to make businesses and to do things that benefit the world that would ultimately come back to benefit you. But if there are places in the world that are constantly destroyed by war and violence, that is technology that we're losing. That's progress that we're losing. That's human spirit that we're losing. That's culture that we're losing. That's beauty that we're losing. And that's people's lives that we're losing. We need to bring awareness to this. We need to constantly be talking about it because, yeah, sure, you may have things that are more relevant to your local sphere of interest, but that has nothing to do with the huge humanitarian crisis that is actively ongoing and is ultimately a bigger deal in the grand scheme of things. Sinklin says, "There's nothing I can really do to support those in peril through the world. All I can do is hope that everything will be resolved soon, that people may continue life as usual, and you can talk about it in life. You can talk to people about it around the world. You know, you can share it on social media. If you have social media, I see Sinkland has a YouTube channel, you can talk about it. Sinkland says that doesn't mean we can't talk about other issues. Agreed. You can talk about other issues. Bring up the things that are happening at home. Absolutely. You know, if you want to go stage a protest about something that you feel like is inappropriate that's happening right here at home, definitely do that. Definitely call your local representatives and tell them what's important to you. But don't forget to bring up Afghanistan when you do that. Don't forget to bring up that there are still resistance fighters that are actively trying to push back. Share Muhammad's story. Bring it up. Tell people about him. Tell people about what's happening in this stream and in the previous stream. This is something that is important. These are eyewitness firsthand accounts from people who are suffering under a brutal regime. And it's important to let people know that. You know, you shouldn't just keep turning a blind eye to that. Sinklin says that doesn't mean we can't talk about other issues. Torrance says you're asking people to donate money to these humanitarian missions when the U.S. and Western funding money, fiat isn't real, is in chaos. I didn't ask anybody to donate anything. That's what I'm saying. Like you're conflating the issue. What I'm saying is it is necessary to talk about Afghanistan, to share Muhammad's story. That doesn't cost you anything to just go out of your way and talk to your family members, talk to your friends, talk to people in your local community, talk to people at work about what's happening. You don't have to bring it up and march in the streets and fight every day, this protest, but you can do little things to remind people, hey, there's something still going on there. Hey, there's still these big issues. Hey, you remember when this was happening? This is still relevant today. It's important. Just talk about it. Just talk about it as much as possible to as many people as you can. That's something you can do absolutely for free. Like we said, donating money would not help Muhammad to any extent right now. Actually going out and sharing their story and talking to people is what will help and is what will do that. So don't just say, oh, you're asking us to do this and that, but we have our own problem. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's actively issues right now in Afghanistan that you can discuss. Fake Name says the only thing in America that would be as big as opposing the Taliban is being hunted by the mafia. It's not as big though. That's a very rare thing that happens to maybe one person in 500 million or something at a time. Like the U.S. has a huge population. It's not reasonable to compare those two. It's definitely scary, but I feel like a lot of the time the people who are in those situations have been in those situations for a while, and it's probably something that's connections through their family why they're having those issues, or that they personally went out of their way to get involved in. This is something that people grow up into. In Afghanistan, this is something that people like inherit this war generation after generation, and have no ability other than to just fight and try to survive. Vincent said he's been fighting since he was 13, so he never got to enjoy life. Absolutely, and that's something we talked about a minute ago, but it's important to bring up again to let people know just how severe a thing this is. If you think like, oh, there's other bigger issues, imagine having fought every day in of your life since you were a child. Sinklin says, my brother in Christ, America is not in chaos. Torrance says, I think about Afghanistan. Do you think about Nigeria or Mali? North African extremist groups, the second scramble to Africa. I have King Manny to worry about. Long live the human race. Yeah, I understand you have King Mania to worry about. What I'm saying is, yes, absolutely. You should think about Mali. You should think about Nigeria. Absolutely. But not only think about them, I'm not saying think about them, I'm saying talk about them. Just like you did. You brought up Mali and Nigeria. Talk about them. I brought that up earlier with like the Coney 2012 stuff. People like talk about it when it becomes really relevant in the news, and then we kind of drop off and stop talking about it. Keep talking about it. Keep pushing that narrative. Keep letting people know every single day what is important and why it is important that all of this chaos and devastation is happening around the world, and that the only way to make reasonable change in it is to make it popular, to bring up as an issue, to keep talking about the injustices that people are facing, so that eventually people who have more money and power and resources have the ability to do something about that directly. You think Elon Musk couldn't do something if he really wanted to? You think The U.S. government couldn't do something if they really wanted to? You think Bill Gates couldn't do something if he really wanted to? You think all these defense contractor companies couldn't do something if they really wanted to? They absolutely can. It's not in their interest. It's not in their business interest. But they have the ability, and they should be doing it. NATO could be 100% doing more in Afghanistan, but they're not. Torrance says, Sinkland, you're a part of the agenda to collapse Western civilization. What, Torrance? What are you even talking about? Vincent said, the second scramble of Africa is a way to put it. Agreed. I don't know. Vincent said, that's exactly what it is, Vincent. Torrance said, that is exactly what it is, Vincent. I feel like that's kind of getting off topic, and I disagree. Sinkland says, just because I said life isn't in chaos, I'm in America and I'm living my life as usual. Agreed. I wouldn't worry about what they're saying, Sinkland. Robert says, well, we should try to help those suffering, but we shouldn't try to be that drastic on leadership. Parts of stuff like food drops, and refugee UT severe intervention. Agreed. You should be doing like bigger stuff like that. You can 100% be trying to provide more humanitarian effort, like food drops and refugee status. Sinkland says, you can talk about the issues here at home or on another accord. I do agree this nation does have some faults, but the stream is for the story of a freedom fighter in Afghanistan. Agreed. Torrance says, Sinkland, because you're in favor of the destruction of Western civilization, please do this prerogative, rational moment of defeat. Stop. Torrance, you're just taking away from the conversation. Baliga says, your tweet is the most trending Afghan tweet. There are only 150 tweets about Afghanistan. This is sickening. We need to talk about it more. Hey, I appreciate that our tweet is the most trending. But that sucks. That really does suck. We have a small audience. You know what I mean? Like, could you imagine the size of audience that, like, yeah, I'm dating myself here, but like PewDiePie, the audience of like, VTubers and stuff like that have. I know that's not exactly their agenda. That's not exactly their interest. But even just like news outlets, you know what I mean? Like Vice News covering Afghanistan, talking about, ABC and stuff, talking about Afghanistan. They could make much, much bigger, much more trending stories. And right now, there's not much talking about Afghanistan. It's horrible. The people in Afghanistan can't talk about it very much. They have a gag order. They're being shut out of saying anything negative about the Taliban. Vincent said rationale could be subjective. Robert says Afghanistan, quite frankly, is a lost nation. Disagree. They're struggling, but you can actively see that there's resistance going on. We were talking to somebody actively who is trying to fight back and saying to tell people that it is not, that they're actively trying to fight back against it. Vincent said it's in exile, I guess. Sinclair says, just calm down, and if you don't have anything nice to say or anything to say on topic, leave. I respect that, Sinclair. Vincent said, the spirit of those partisans will keep those nations' existence alive. Agreed. Robert says, extremism kills millions. Agreed. And that's what's happening in Afghanistan. And that's what we're trying to talk about, is that people like Muhammad are actively fighting against that extremism and actively trying to push back against a regime that all it wants to do is to continue to destroy their country. And that's terrible. Try to dominate and control by force. By murder, by threats, by extortion, and because the people in Afghanistan do not have the ability of free speech like we do to speak out about those things, it is absolutely important for us to do that. Okay. Vincent says, all right, I'm going to stop an argument before it starts. Thank you, Vincent. Robert says. Robert saying that a whole bunch of people are killed by terrorism each year. Agreed. Vincent says Sinkland and Torrance just drop it. Agreed. He said he's not gonna stop on his fight or whatever, and then he goes, "All right," and then like concedes. This is interesting. Sinkland says, "Yeah, I'm done. This is starting to annoy me." I appreciate that, Sinkland. Yeah, it's not worth it. We're trying to talk about someone else's story, and that's what's much more important to focus on here. Robert said, Torrance agree. Ari joined in and said, I'm glad someone is talking about something else than Ukraine. We need for all wars to end. Agreed, Ari. Thank you for joining. Again, this is something that even I wasn't, normally thinking about. This wasn't something that I was planning to cover. It is only because our friend Muhammad joined us yesterday and brought up, please discuss this situation. This is something that is happening to me, and I, am actively running out of ability to talk about it. He spent, some of his oil, some of the precious resources that they have to be able to, reach out and connect to the world, to be on our live stream yesterday and to talk to us. That's why it's so important for us to share his story. That's why it's so important to make edited videos about what happened in that stream. It's because that may be the one and only time we ever get to hear from him. And so I certainly hope for his return tonight, and we're going to sit on stream for quite a while waiting for him to return. But in the case that he doesn't, we need to share this story, regardless of whether he does or doesn't. We need to share this story, and we need to be able to talk about devastating issues that happen like this, because it's not worth it to, sit here in our lives and to feel like we're so justified in our complaints, but not also be able to bring up the injustices that are happening around the world. Of course, we have a lot of issues here at home, whether you're in the United States or another country. I'm sure there are plenty of issues that make you feel concerned about your well-being and the future of your country. But at the same time, especially if you're a micronationalist, but at the same time, there are imperative things that we need to bring up in order to have any semblance of reasonable standpoint when it comes to world politics. Seem very detached to the rest of the world if we're saying, "Oh, I'm mad about the gas price right now," which sucks because it absolutely cripples our infrastructure and it makes people's lives harder to live every day. But when you've been living in relative comfort, again, there are homeless people, there are people who are struggling, but even still, compared to getting shot and executed by the Taliban, is still relative comfort. It's horrible. It's horrible that that is the relative comfort that we're in, and it's not a great comfort. But at the same time, if we are going to talk about the injustices that are happening here at home, the mass homelessness, the lack of care and consideration and social safety net that is able to support our people, if we're talking about the struggling of people in the United States, especially, the poorest of us all, we have to bring up as well alongside that it's not just in the US, that there are other places where if you are upset and mad about what's happening in the US and you want to rail against that to try and solve these problems, definitely do. But don't forget the names of the people in Afghanistan who are actively fighting for their freedom and who are trying to survive something that's 10 times worse, something where, in the middle of the night, your family can get dragged away and executed, and you left, blind with your arm cut off, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's the government that, in your area controls that, and according to, the laws on the books there, have the ability to do that without you being able to say anything. And, nobody in your community may fight back against that or say anything because they can't. It's a horrific display of power, and it's something that needs to be stopped. People like Muhammad are out there every day trying to fight, not even to expand their territory, not even to take over more Taliban-controlled territory, just to keep what they have, just to keep the little bit that they're losing every single day, and to maintain so that they're not immediately overrun. It's devastating. They are running out of resources. They're running out of munitions to fight with. They're running out of oil. They're running out of any, food, water, anything that they have, just to be able to live another day in relative freedom. Sinklin says, "Yeah, I'm sorry for arguing and defeating the purpose of the stream, which is coming together regardless of opinion and speaking about Muhammad's story." I completely agree. Thank you, Sinklin. I appreciate that. Vincent says, "The world isn't a good place for anyone right now, that we are only comparing what's worse, which isn't good." Agree. It's like debating who's dying faster. I completely agree. And right now, it's important to address Muhammad and his people. Those are the people who are dying the fastest right now, or at least some of the fastest around the world. Of course, like we brought up, there are things happening in Libya, there are things happening in Nigeria, there are things happening in Somalia, there are things happening all around the world. But there's also things happening in Afghanistan, and somebody from Afghanistan and from one of those situations reached out to us and said, "Hey, this is what is happening. This is what is going on. please, please share the story. Please, please let people not forget my name and let people not forget what's happening, because he was afraid that he wouldn't wake up tomorrow, that he could, be overrun and executed in his sleep. Um, it's horrible, or he may wake up in the middle of the night to gunshots and have to run out in a daze fighting and shooting his weapon just to try and survive. Conman Nar says the levels of despair may scale differently from some different situations. A person that lost a family member may be just as depressed and angry as someone that lost their home or sports game. We can all suffer in different ways. Absolutely. But that's someone's individual emotional state. I think what's important, Naj, and I definitely respect and understand that opinion, to say that, how something affects you is emotional and it's internal to you as an individual. I hear that. I guess what I'm saying is I think it's important for us to expand beyond that and to say, okay, well, if I'm to take myself out of the situation, this is what's happening to this person. If you were to compare your life and all the pros and cons of it, and to say, this is what's happening to this person, if I don't call this person myself, and then I compare that to someone in another situation on the other side of the world, objectively, which situation would I rather live in? You know what I mean? Would you rather live in a place where you lost your sports game or you lost your family member? Of course, you could be like, oh, well, my family member's terrible or whatever, so in that case, it wouldn't be as bad. It's relative. Think about someone else. Think about the closest person to you. You know what I mean? Sure, everybody's life situation is different, so you may not get the same negative reaction hearing something from one person's side as another, but at the end of the day, you can objectively tell that the situations like Muhammad, where your family's being overrun, where you have no rights, where you have no ability to do anything but just continue to fight another day in the hope that you'll survive, is one of the worst situations that a human being could possibly be in, because you have no choice. You have no ability to take a break or to pause or even to, hope too much, because you're just trying to survive another day. You're just trying to spend all of your time and energy hoping that you are not overrun and planning on how you are going to escape and try and hide, even for, 5 more minutes to stay alive. Robert says, but I saw some silly person suggest unironically that we should nuke Kabul to stop the Taliban. Gross. Very gross. Khanman said, but our suffering is all genuine and worthwhile. I do agree with that, Khan. Suffering is important to bring up and to talk about. It's incredibly important to talk about Muhammad's right now. Pink says, what's going on in Libya? I thought the civil war was over. Robert says, Libya is still split in half. Comments is agreed. Yeah, agreed. We're accustomed to comfort and take it for granted. People are mad about Netflix or whatever. But people are dying from hunger, etc. 100%. I completely agree. And yeah, you can be mad about Netflix going up, or you can be mad about whatever in your personal life, and those things feel closer to home to you. So yeah, you should bring that up. The fact that rents have nearly doubled in this country over the past year, and that people are getting evicted in mass rates. That it's harder to buy a home now than in the Great Depression in the United States. Those are all relevant points to bring up. The fact that most people in the United States can't afford any health care, and that people are struggling all day, every day, just to be able to pay their rent and to make ends meet and to survive the next day is really, really rough. That being the case, you're not being executed, and your family's not being executed by the Taliban. So, again, it's just that today we are trying to focus on that issue. I want to bring up these other issues. Again, people tell us not to talk about politics. People tell micronations, you shouldn't involve yourself in macronational politics. When you hear from somebody directly, from their mouth, I am having to fight the Taliban every day to survive. Please, my family just got killed and, executed. And our town that was one of the only spots of resistance left just got destroyed by an earthquake, and we're running out of resources already before the earthquake, and now we're having to use all that we can to muster our strength to rebuild from the earthquake, not to mention that's going to be capitalized by our enemies to run at us when we're at our weakest and try to destroy us and snuff us out, is horrible. That's insane. Conman says, wow, that's such odd timing with the earthquake. I missed the news. Absolutely. And that's a huge issue. Again, this was somebody who we met yesterday in a completely unrelated stream who came to talk to us about their situation. They became a part of our Discord. And this morning, like 10 or 15 minutes before the news broke in the US about the earthquake in Afghanistan, he was telling us, hey, a few hours ago there was an earthquake here and it really, really messed us up, which is horrible. Vincent said, I say financial issues aren't as bad as fighting to live to tomorrow. Robert says, exactly. I completely agree. And that's the big issue. You know what I mean? We're continuing to try and talk about things uh, in a context of, well, um, this is, okay, this is something that's, you know, um, it's someone else's problem. It's not our problem here in the U.S., so we don't have to worry about it. It is your problem. It 100% is your problem because, if things like that can happen in other places, and if injustices can continue to be wronged in that like huge a manner, do you think people are worried about you? Do you think people in other countries who could potentially help and who could make life easier for you, who may have it better off than you, or even people in your own country who are better off than you, if they see people literally being executed in the streets, and hearing news of people getting bombed and earthquakes hitting and stuff like that, and aren't willing to help those people, do you think they care that you missed a meal? Do you think they care that are getting evicted from your apartment or whatever, or your house that you lived in for 20 years? Do you think they're concerned about you at all? If they're willing to turn a blind eye to children literally having to like go into armies and fight for survival, mothers being blinded by shrapnel, female children getting effectively sold off into human trafficking. That's horrific. Those are all things that Muhammad told us are direct examples of things that happened to him. His mother going blind from shrapnel, his father being executed and beheaded in front of him by the Taliban, his brother being maimed by the Taliban, his younger sister, being sold off and taken from his family to be trafficked. Those are all examples of something that happened in one person's life, a 40-year-old person. There are 40-year-olds that I know that act like 15-year-olds. So, it's incredible to see the drastic difference between somebody like Muhammad, who, if given the opportunities of some of the people in the United States, would do vastly better and would, benefit the world, I'm sure, in insane ways, and would be so much more grateful than some of the people here. So, I definitely think that we should be addressing problems here in the United States. But if we can't get our leadership or even the general public to start paying attention to things that are happening in other countries and to be sympathetic to people who are going through insane atrocities, do you think they're that fazed by hearing that people around them are hungry or that people around them can't get health care? It's really easy to detach yourself world and to feel like, well, it's not happening to me. So if you can do that to something that's literally insane, something that you would never wish upon your worst enemy, that's happening across an ocean, do you think they'll really care about somebody going through financial difficulties that's down the street? They're not going to. Robert says exactly. Con says damn. Robert says crypto hustles, bros yelling and screaming, second Great Depression. Can you write something down for me? I'll try my best, Faith. Robert says, meanwhile, people are out there dying in earthquakes and wars with no food and water. Exactly. Raz says, it's our fault. I agree. Conman says, what's intriguing is my friend asked me to do a survey for their job yesterday. In the survey, there were a ton of questions like that, e.g., what was that? Raz says, and it's our problem. I agree, Raz. Raz says, and these people fear mongering say mega recession going to reduce us to chaos, leave the country. Sheesh. Respectable. Um, if you have life A, 10 years full of health, B, 20 years of pain, discomfort, and whatnot. Um, uh, oh, like which do you choose between 10 years of full health, but then you die, or 20 years of pain and suffering? Vincent said, we are in the 21st century. You'd think everyone would be able to eat and drink water. I guess not. Human greed is the root of evil. Agreed. Which do you choose? And Conman says, agreed, Vincent. Khan says, keep in mind, the same apple you can pick from a tree is sold to you in a grocery store. Oh, absolutely. Raz says, but the trees are owned by someone. Agreed. And, Conman said LOL because it's, it's owned by someone. But, food, in my opinion, is a human right. Being able to survive. Before we had these huge populations, before we had these huge societies, you were able to hunt and forage for food. So, even if you, went through periods of hunger with, your community or your tribe or whatever, you still like had the ability to go out and scavenge for that yourself. Now you cannot do that. Any land that you would go hunting on or foraging on is owned by someone else and is controlled by someone who may or may not allow you to take things from there. So you really don't have a right to food anymore like you used to. You could go out into, the wilderness and just kind of get stuff. You can't do that today as easily, especially for people who live in the middle of cities and stuff and have cities around them for miles and miles and miles. Look at people in Texas, you know what I mean? Texas, there are cities surrounded by like desert and nothingness. Those people can't go out and forage for something if they're hungry. They're just stuck. They'd have to get in a car and drive somewhere, and they may not have gas to use. So, that's incredible suffering, and it's something that, again, is just wild because that sounds dystopian in and of itself. Not to mention a place where people are literally being beheaded because of where they live or what they believe, or who their family was. Robert says, breaking news: a mega recession will end all life on Earth and best in Bitcoin. Robert's memeing. Fake name says, I want to ask Muhammad if there's enough supplies to build a small basic airplane to get just past the Afghan border. No, no, not at all. Not at all. You think 50 people with, limited ability to have fuel to run a generator, like one single generator. Muhammad has stored enough fuel to run one single generator, and he's running low on that. You think they have enough fuel to launch an airplane? No, they don't. No, they don't. Also, fake name. I'm not trying to be insensitive to you. I understand you're just trying to think of ideas. But like, how do you build an airplane? Like, if you didn't have the resources to Google things, how do you build an airplane? Like, no, there's no pilots. I'm not saying there's none. There are very few, if any, pilots in the Panjshir Valley. If there are any pilots, they're probably fighting for their lives, or they're probably just not in the Panjshir Valley anymore. If you had an airplane or the ability to build an airplane, you probably aren't there anymore. There were people when we saw the footage of Afghan civilians, trying to get to Bagram Air Force Base when the U.S. was leaving. People were like literally holding on to military planes, falling to their death, trying to hold on to the wing because they knew that they either die holding on to the wing of that airplane or they die, by getting executed by the Taliban. Like, it's gruesome stuff. You think those people wouldn't have thought about the idea of like, oh, we should just build an airplane? 100% they would have. It's horrible, horrible suffering. And it's something that we really can't not talk about. It's too much. Raz says no. Robert says 20 years of suffering. I live longer. Agreed. Khan says I can't believe all the basic food, water, shelter. I believe that all basic food, water, all basic food should be free. Agreed. But if you want cooked food, then you pay. Respectable. Conman says if you want fancy stuff, then you pay. Agreed. Robert says, quite frankly, I think 10 years comment might be a reference to you valid. What? Conman says, but the base game, food to live, should be free. Khan said, no, that was a survey. It was a question about, like, hypotheticals. Conman said, they asked a few questions to see if you give up 10 years to have full health or not. Raz says, an airplane would take a lot of time and resources. Robert says, yes, build an airplane. Like if someone random living on a general generator can build a Cessna all by himself. He just went through an earthquake and is in a giant war. If he could have built a Cessna or something of the sorts, he probably would have. Agreed. That's what we were talking about. And again, Kusnaria, I know that's not like those are not meant as insults or criticism to you. That's you're trying to think of ideas, and I understand that, and I appreciate that. I guess the problem is, right, and this is something to bring out and to point out about this situation, and it's a good learning experience for all of us, is the fact that, we tend to think like that. Like, as Americans, we tend to think, oh, well, you can pull yourself up by your bootstraps. If only you have like the right gumption and the right set of skills, you can MacGyver anything you want to get yourself out of crazy situations. We watch action movies like, Double O Seven, like, the Avengers and stuff, where they're pulling off these like incredibly crazy stunts. We watch like heist movies and stuff where the people are like, figuring out like all these crazy ways to like get out of the rough situations that they're in. But in real life, sometimes there's not a good answer. Sometimes there's not a good way to escape the situation. You're just suffering. You're just in a horrible issue. Conman says, "Can you fill me in on why this is happening and why these people are being executed?" Sure. So again, I don't know the full history of the fighting in Afghanistan, but from what Muhammad explained to us yesterday, and from what I have gathered in my little bit of research, the Taliban took over once the United States left. So the United States left in 2021, and immediately the Taliban took over and took, millions of dollars of equipment, billions of dollars of equipment, that military equipment, weaponry, supplies, helicopters, things like that, that the U.S. left behind at Bagram Air Force Base, in just abandoning it to try to, flee the country as quickly as possible. When the president ordered the removal from Afghanistan. So at that point, the Taliban took over the rest of Afghanistan and said, okay, now we completely control Afghanistan. Everybody's subject to our laws. That hasn't exactly been the case. There have still been resistance fighters in particularly three provinces, one of them being Panjshir Province, which is the province that Muhammad comes from and who has been talking to us. So Muhammad reached out to us yesterday on a stream that was to talk about sovereign citizens, a completely different topic and a gross one at that. Sovereign citizens are gross people who are racist and who have incorrect ideologies and thoughts about what's legal and what's not. But we're saving that for we covered that yesterday at the beginning of the stream. About an hour, about basically at this time that we're talking about now, about an hour and 10 minutes plus into that stream, we ran into a commenter, Muhammad, who was telling us about issues in Afghanistan. And when we started to ask Muhammad about his opinions and, why he was talking about that topic, he was explaining, hey, I am actively a resistance fighter against the Taliban in Panjshir Province. We are actively, running out of oil, we're running out of munitions. There's only 50 of us, and we're trying to fight against the entire nation of Afghanistan, run and controlled by the Taliban. So there were fighters, every day coming from the Taliban, waving their white banner and trying to attack the small little city or village that Muhammad was in. And so he was telling us about that. He's saying, I'm 40 years old. I've been fighting since I was 13 years old, trying to keep my family alive. And slowly over the years, my family's been taken more and more by the Taliban. He talked about, like I just read earlier, that his father was beheaded in front of him in 1999. That his mother lost her eyesight to shrapnel from the Taliban. His brother lost a limb to the Taliban, and his sister was kidnapped and taken to be trafficked, human trafficked, and given as an object to some wealthy person in Afghanistan, to some leader, some Taliban leader, to be used at their discretion, which is disgusting. To be owned, a person to be owned. His sister was taken from him, taken from her family, to be treated as an object. This is, horrendous. And so the more that we learned, the more that we understood about his situation. He told us, my family saved up oil for many years, so I'm actively living in the house that was half destroyed, bombed by the Taliban, and trying to live in it and maintain it with a generator. So he's actively running a generator off of the oil that his family has stored for years and years and years to try to make ends meet. and to try to make sure that he can keep his phone charged and stay on the internet. However, he has been having incredible difficulty with that. This is something that's truly a brutal situation. He said the only reason they're able to keep fighting, he has an AK-47 from the 1970s that's still, working and manageable, but that he is in an issue and in a situation where they were brought 2 crates of ammunition, just kind of from an unknown source, to their village. It was just dropped off, right? And then it was left. They're like running out of that ammunition. There's no way, there's nobody for them to go to resupply them. So eventually, they will just run out of that ammunition and will get it attacked and overrun. They're concerned today because an earthquake just hit, and Muhammad's house, which was destroyed from the bombing that had happened a while back, is now getting even further destroyed by the earthquake that just hit them. And the earthquake was worse in Panjshir Province, which is the place that he and his family and the rest of the fighters that he's with are in. So this one place of high resistance, this one place that is kind of protected naturally by a mountain range that is harder to pass into, that has been the hardest for the Taliban to be able to hold control over, has been actively pushing back and trying to push the Taliban out, and then they get hit by this earthquake. Muhammad was telling us today, I'm actively running out of oil. The oil is almost gone, and yet he's taking time to talk to us and to explain to us, his situation. And so I'm really fortunate to have Muhammad here and to be spending time with us. And for all of his dedication to explaining his story, the least that we can do is share that. The least that we can do is talk about it and explain that this is not okay, that this is not something that's ever going to be all right, and that we have to continue to raise awareness even when Western media doesn't want to talk about it, even when, people are bringing up the suffering at home. Of course, we have to talk about the suffering at home, but we have to compare that to the suffering that's happening to other people in the world. Again, if we can't have sympathy for people who are literally getting their friends and family beheaded by the Taliban, how are we going to feel sympathy for our neighbors who are getting evicted from their apartments? How are we going to sympathize with a homeless man who can't get cancer treatment because there's no healthcare system in this country to cover them? How are we going to be disappointed at the fact that there are so many children that during the COVID pandemic didn't eat some days because they didn't have their school lunches to go to, which were their only way to get a consistent meal. It's disgusting. But we have to be outraged at things that are literal huge human rights violations, like beheadings in Afghanistan, before we can even think about being sympathetic to, oh, little Timmy didn't get to eat. Little Timmy didn't get to eat for sure, but little Muhammad had to fight in a war when he was 13. I'm sure he hasn't eaten before as well. Again, these are huge issues, and there are plenty of issues in our backyard that we need to actively be fighting for today. That we need to actively be speaking out against, calling our representatives, staging protests about. But that all being the case, we also have to remember that there are people who are dying in the streets in other countries every single day because of what they believe, because of who they are, because of who their families are, because they're trying to have some semblance of rights even close to what we afford every day, even to our most downtrodden citizens. Raspberry says extremists. Sinklin says, okay, I'm back. Thank you, Sinklin. Robert says they disagree with the Taliban, so they were killed. Agreed. Conman says, I see. So all this is for disagreements. That's sigh. Yep, it's horrible. Robert says, I'd like to apologize for my previous gas prices comment yesterday. It's all good, Robert. Thank you for hanging out with us. Yeah, it's important for context. Conman says, I see. Wow. And no one is helping them, as in us. Yes. No, the U.S. is not helping them. The U.S. has left Afghanistan and left all the people who, and that's another thing, right? We came into Afghanistan. We, tried to fight a war against the Taliban. and we ended up, leaving all of this equipment behind when we pulled out. So we made the Taliban even stronger than they would have been originally. But on top of that, we also put in a situation. The Taliban, without the U.S. intervention, probably would have taken over years beforehand. So there was some benefit to having the U.S. there, but we didn't finish the job. We didn't continue to stay there. There isn't an end where we can all of a sudden just pull out and leave things be. We had this huge military budget, and we were using it for a long time to continue to prop up, the fight against the Taliban, but it didn't last. Um, so we ended up arming the Taliban with billions of dollars of equipment, but on top of that, we put people who supported the U.S. in a situation where they couldn't leave. It may take decades, literal 20, 30 years for somebody's visa to get processed, even if they were, directly like a translator for the U.S. military, or were directly fighting along the U.S. military to take their home country from the Taliban. All these fighters who were directly a part of U.S. intervention in Afghanistan, their friends and family and themselves were left, in Afghanistan and told good luck when the Taliban shows up and, remembers you fighting against them. It's horrible. So, plenty of these people, just like Muhammad, whose family had been fighting and had been trying to push the Taliban out, are now left behind and left to their own defenses. So plenty of them are getting executed every single day by the Taliban because the Taliban remembers their revolt against them, and they're coming back for revenge, and no one is helping them. Robert says, average American, oh my gosh, I'm scared of a recession. Afghans, no food, no water, my house is shaking. Talibans are in the house, air raid sirens. Yes, absolutely. Vincent said, well, this is why a lot of people started planting their own food around the world. Absolutely. And those are really important initiatives. Here in the US, one of the big problems is that there are food deserts. There are plenty of places where all the land is bought up and, you can't grow your own food. There are plenty of, restrictions in cities as well on what you can grow and how you can grow. And on top of that, there are plenty of places where there aren't grocery stores or aren't healthy food options for miles and miles. So a lot of people are suffering, especially in inner cities. Conman says, yeah, it's horrible. Absolutely. Robert says, one silly man told me when the second Great Depression comes, it'll be worse than Afghanistan. Disagree. Conman says, I can see resistance. Absolutely. Robert says, I'm tired of these silly people jumping off the Biden recession saying it's going to be a depression. Um, Conman says, yeah, this sounds way too convenient. Absolutely. Miguel says, I just joined. What are we talking about? We're talking about the fact that yesterday we had a person join our stream, a completely different stream, dealing with sovereign citizens to tell us their story. This was Muhammad. He was talking to us about being a resistance fighter against the Taliban in Panjshir Province, one of three provinces that are actively in open rebellion against the Taliban and are getting swallowed up by the Taliban. Muhammad was telling us about how he's running out of oil, the oil reserves that he uses to power a generator to have lights because the Taliban cut off all electricity to them. He's talking to us about how he uses that to charge his phone so that he could talk to us yesterday on our stream. Somehow YouTube recommended this to him, and he was spending time on our stream to try and raise awareness about his situation. He asked us before he left yesterday, please, please, please talk about this situation. Please tell people about what's happening and share this story because he didn't know if he would wake up the next day. We're fortunate that we got to hear from him a little bit this morning on our Discord server. So I read through some of his statements earlier in discussing what happened with us. He sent out a message on our Discord maybe an hour before the news broke that in the U.S., maybe, I say an hour, maybe like 10 or 15 minutes before the news broke in the U.S. that there was an earthquake in Afghanistan. He has been actively dealing with that because the center of that earthquake, the worst part of that earthquake, was in Panjshir Province where he is. So the little bit of resistance fighting that's happening there, that's trying to hold out, despite the fact that they're running out of ammunition, despite the fact that they're running out of oil, and trying to keep their little province as free as possible, just got hit by a massive earthquake. So even people like Muhammad, who are living in half of a house that was already bombed by the Taliban, is now in a situation where they are actively you know, dealing with a humanitarian crisis, trying to pick up the pieces of a literal earthquake that destroyed their province, on top of the fact that the Taliban is mounting a growing fight against them and may use this opportunity to try and wipe them out. It's horrible. That's what we're talking about, Miguel. And again, if you can support this stream by liking it, it means a lot so we can pull more people in to hear about Muhammad's story. And more importantly, if you can share either this stream or share the story of Muhammad in some way. It doesn't even have to be sharing this stream. Go on your social media. Talk about this. Bring this up to people in your personal life. Let people know that there are still actively resistance fighters in Afghanistan trying to fight Taliban control of that country. People are trying to make a difference. People are trying to bring this up and make it absolutely imperative to remember the names of people like Muhammad who are fighting every day just to survive and who may not have much time left. Robert says the moment something goes away, stop it being trendy, they go away. Agreed. Conman says, I was wondering why I haven't heard of this yet. I don't listen to the news, but I hear about this stuff from friends. There is to be a reason it's not being spoken of. Because we left Afghanistan. Once we leave Afghanistan, you know, people stop talking about it. We left Afghanistan, COVID increased and became a bigger deal, and the war in Ukraine started. So all of Western media's attention just left Afghanistan. Once the US stopped being a part of Afghanistan, we didn't want people to really think about the fact that of what we left behind. There was the big scandal that, oh, we left so much military equipment in Afghanistan. But, you know, we just said, oh, we left all this military equipment in Afghanistan. Now the Taliban has taken over Afghanistan. And that's it. And then we just quit covering it for the most part. There are a few groups still talking about it every once in a while, but it's very, very rare and very few and far between. People are not talking about this. The Western media doesn't want to talk about this, and it's important to bring it up at every chance we get. There's still resistance actively going on in Panjshir Province. There are still people actively fighting for their life in Afghanistan, trying to resist Taliban control, and it is important that we recognize them. People like Muhammad, who came in our live stream yesterday, begging for us to try to spread the word of his story. So please, if you have social media, get on your social media and talk to people about this. Send messages to people. Get a hashtag going. Start making it trend. Start making it go viral. The internet is powerful, and at very least, we can raise awareness about these people's situation and get our governments to at least acknowledge what is going on. It is incredibly important that we do that. I've shared a TikTok about it. I've shared you know, stuff on Twitter and Instagram. I'm asking you guys, and on our Discord, I'm asking you guys to do the same. Your micronations, your people who a lot of the time are either interested in political action and trying to raise awareness about atrocities going on in the world and things that you feel like are unjust and trying to fix those. But you're also people who actively run and control your own nations, people who make decisions, people who represent large groups of individuals who all believe and support the same things. So I am asking you, please, use that power, use that ability to let people know what's happening, to raise awareness. I'm trying to call on micronations to do this, to take action, and to bring up the fact that the Taliban is actively trying to snuff out the last bits of resistance that are happening, one of which is in Panjshir Province, which got the most damage from this earthquake, which got the most destroyed, and who our friend Muhammad, the province which our friend Muhammad is from, you know, where they're actively running out of resources even before the earthquake hit, not to mention what they're dealing with right now. Robert says, like how the LRA got all that attention in 2012 because of that movie, and then 2 weeks we forgot. Absolutely. Robert says, like, OMG, where's Coney? Exactly. Robert says, Coney's in Sudan, but no one cares. Agreed. That's the problem. People, you know, bring up these issues, they go viral, and then we forget about them. Talk about it when it's not viral. Talk about it when it's not popular to talk about. Let people know it's still happening. Remind people. Comments that people seem to forget that all that can very much happen to them too. 100%. And even if, you know, even if you're saying, well, that wouldn't happen to me, okay, but if there are other things that you feel like are wrong and injustices, how are you going to get people to pay attention to those if they can't even pay attention to people getting beheaded? Like, that's one of the most graphic, extreme things that you can possibly think of. You know, children going to war and people getting beheaded, both of which are happening right now in Afghanistan and in many other countries around the world. But if you can't convince your neighbor that that's a problem and that that's something that they should be paying more attention to and talking to people about, how are you going to get them to talk about healthcare? How are you going to get them to talk about food insecurity? How are you going to get them to talk about housing crises? How are you going to get them to talk about when you're getting evicted? You know what I mean? Comments, is there any reason at all, which are things that can absolutely happen to most people in the US at any point, and many other countries around the world. Comments, is there any reason at all the USA would want this situation to happen? They wouldn't want to talk about it because, again, we kind of left and like just kind of abandoned our allies and our supporters in the region, and left them to die and be executed by the Taliban. But I don't know why they would want it to happen specifically. I just think it's an apathy thing. They're like, oh, yeah, we kind of left. We're done with that. So good luck. Robert says the Taliban attacked the U.S. Makes sense. I don't think the Taliban has any interest in attacking the U.S. They have an interest in, suppressing the rights of their people and, having dominance by force of the people who are there. The best way to assist them would be to raise awareness and to try and bring more freedom to that country. Comments is because I can't imagine them leaving those weapons there to just get away faster. That was literally it, though. They literally just they wanted to load up all of their personnel. So they just loaded up, all their personnel and left everything else behind, including planes, including helicopters, including, rocket launchers, including, computer systems, including literal just money, like lots of money. They left a ton of stuff. Um, Vincent said sex slavery is repulsive and needs to be stopped, in my opinion. Absolutely. And one of the places that it's ongoing is in Afghanistan. There are plenty of places. Sex trafficking is happening all over the world, even here in the US. But it is important that we, pay attention to that and try to limit the places that are huge hotbeds of that activity if we're going to try and minimize the sex slave industry or the human trafficking industry in general. There are plenty of places, again, the US being a hotbed for that. But having stricter laws, having more enforcement here makes it harder to do. Whereas in somewhere like Afghanistan, where some regions do not have very much control and law and regulation, or like in other places where the Taliban is actively encouraging it and using it as a business, this is something that is really, really imperative that we continue to bring up and continue to talk about. That it would be a hotbed of activity simply because it's encouraged. Muhammad's in here. Hey, Muhammad, it's good to see you. Muhammad says, Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum, Muhammad. Can you tell us more about today and what's going on with you? Robert said, that's the only reason for intervention. It's 2:03. Muhammad joined in at 1:52. Comment said, damn. Robert said, Muhammad, hello. Vincent said, hey, it's the man himself. Welcome back, Muhammad. Did you find more gas? Muhammad said, I might find it. Ooh, please tell us. We hope that you find gas. How is everybody in your community? I know the earthquake was devastating. But please tell us more about what's been happening. I've been trying to get people to raise awareness and to share your story. I've made some posts on social media, but I know that's not enough. We're continuing to push for you. Raspberry said, Muhammad said, it's fantastic to see you. Vincent said, are you using the last of your fuel? Robert says, wait, Muhammad, do you have corn? Like just a little bit? Because if you had, you can make ethanol. Probably not. They don't have corn. I don't know what you're talking about. Muhammad said, Robert, you are asking stupid questions. My apologies, Muhammad. It's again, I think people in the U.S., people in the Western world, they think you should have all these resources. You should be able to go to the store and just buy things. Why don't you have all of the equipment to make like an airplane? People were talking about that earlier. It's short-sighted, very, very short-sighted. Robert said short-sighted. Agreed. What what do you think are the hopes for you right now, Muhammad? Raspberry said, more important, how often do you get food and water? Is there plenty of it or is it scarce? Um, Muhammad said, we have water. Food is the problem. We have plenty of water. It's good that you have water. Uh, do you have access to livestock? You know what I mean? I know there's a good bit of herding that happens. Tell us more. Raspberry says, water is more important for survival, but food is needed for energy. Conman says, is it possible to get an interview with Muhammad? We can all share it around. That's what we're doing right now. So the problem is Muhammad doesn't want to, be filmed on camera. I asked him a while back about pictures, if he could share any pictures so that we could have that. This is, I think, as close to an interview as we're getting. He has very limited resources. He's able to message us, but I imagine in his situation, doing a live stream video is probably not an option. So, or even, an audio call. So this maybe he said he didn't want his voice shared as well. So this is probably the best that we're going to get. Thank you, Muhammad, for doing everything you can to be here. Conman said, is it possible to get an interview? Share this around right now. Conman said, even if it's 3 minutes worth. Agreed. These are the conversations. These are the things that we need to share around. He is actively typing to us and messaging us and telling us what is happening. This is the thing that needs to be recognized. Muhammad says we can, but I don't want to. Absolutely. I don't want to ruin my privacy, and the Taliban might find me. Absolutely. That's scary. It's definitely an issue. And I want you to be as safe as possible, Muhammad. So yes, everybody, please share this. Please talk to people. Please just write about the situation in Afghanistan. Please talk to people and raise awareness for what is happening to Muhammad specifically and people like Muhammad. Conman says, that makes sense. Stay safe as you can, man. Tactical error. Maybe it was just as planned. I don't know. Vincent said, Muhammad, is the land not usable for crops? Barry says, it was planned, but it was done wrong. It was a tactical error. Muhammad said, small portion of the land is usable. Most isn't. I imagine so. I imagine as well it's incredibly difficult to grow crops when you're actively being attacked. It seems like strategically those would be one of the places that people would want to hit you first. Like you said, cutting off electricity, but then on top of that, trying to destroy your food and water supply would be the ways that people would try uh, to stop you. Robert said, Muhammad, do you have grass? Because you can distill grass. Muhammad said, I live on 2 pomegranates and 1 bread. Robert said, to create fuel. Muhammad said, we have plenty of grass. Do you need other resources, though, to distill that, or are you just going to try and make ethanol? Vincent said, maybe try making raised beds and buying dirt or finding it to make gardens around the village. Robert said, well, you can distill it for fuel. There's videos on how to make it, grass fuel. Raspberry says, isn't as effective. Muhammad said, sex slavery. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw Taliban taking women from Kabul and getting them inside presidential palace. Horrible. That's scary. And this is one thing to remember as well. Like I mentioned a little bit earlier, Panjshir Province is near Kabul. So they have, mountain ranges that protect Panjshir Province from larger scale invasions. It's just slower to cross those mountains. But nonetheless, they are still right near the heart of Afghanistan. Raz says also generators need specific materials. Agreed. You wouldn't want to destroy your generator by trying to put, some synthetic fuel that may or may not make it run. Vincent said that's sick, Muhammad. Agreed. It's horrible. Sex slavery, human trafficking. It's one of the worst things that you can imagine to a person. The same with, getting beheaded. The same with, starving to death. These are brutal conditions. Robert says, wow. Vincent said, like, truly nasty. I'm sure these women and girls aren't adults either. Oh my goodness. Raz says, did anyone die in the earthquake? That's a great question. Robert says 1,500. Robert said that's who died in the earthquake. Muhammad said there are people who go to Kandahar, Kabul, etc. to get gas, oil, etc. So I will pay him 10,000 Afghanis and get plenty of gas. In my town, nobody was killed. I'm glad nobody was killed, and I'm glad you were able to pay to get some. You were able to get some help. That's good. I wish there was some way for us to help provide your people with more. Let me Google something real quick. Afghani to USD conversion. How much is 10,000 Afghanis? $112. So for $112, he's saying he can get plenty of gas. Absolutely. So for $112 and 36 US cents, 112 dollars 36 cents US, you can get 10,000 Afghanis. It should be reasonable that there be some way for us to help. You know what I mean? Like it's money, but it's not that much money. Like I don't know. Muhammad says in my town nobody was killed. That's good. Uh, Torrent says Robert, you're not asking dumb questions. Something else is going on here. Uh, Robert says, hey, just distill grass, Muhammad. I saw how to do it. Muhammad said, I'm not going to listen to Robert anymore. His opinion doesn't count. I appreciate it. I just think, it's a situation where um, uh, Muhammad, again, I think these people don't fully understand the rationale of the situation, don't understand the limitations that you have. For people, Robert, I think it just, if you were in his situation, if you were actively starving and struggling, hearing some of the pitches that people are making would probably be a little bit frustrating to you because they would have no idea the situation that you're in. No matter how much you try and explain to them how dire the situation is, they keep bringing up suggestions which, again, may be a bit frustrating. Raz says, how do they still have worth, Muhammad? I thought after the government collapsed, the money would lose all value. Well, it's definitely going into like uh, huge um, inflation. Robert says, oh, well, in that case, I'm just going to block you. Raz says, they aren't necessarily dumb, Robert. They just need a little bit more thought. Muhammad says, ask the Taliban government. I don't know. That's fair. Uh, Conman says, come on, guys, let's just be chill. Agreed. Robert says, because I just realized that Muhammad probably doesn't have those machines to distill stuff. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's like, incredibly limited ability. Seattle says, let's liberate the people of Afghanistan. Thank you for joining us, Seattle. I definitely appreciate you supporting the stream. Again, if you can like the stream, anybody, who can share it, can get it out there further to spread Muhammad's story. He is in the chat with us right now and is able to be a part of this situation. So if he can tell us his story, please get it out so that more people can hear from him directly and not have to listen to my secondhand account. On top of that, if we can just continue to talk about Afghanistan, post social media, get it trending. Robert says, like grass or corn. Conman said, Muhammad, we really just want to help, even if it's not exactly the best ideas, at least his heart is in a good place. And Robert, Muhammad is in such a painful situation right now, he'd likely be on edge. Absolutely. Conman says, we got to try and understand. No need for hate. Absolutely. Muhammad said, I understand. And I appreciate you being so accepting, Muhammad. Conman said, Muhammad, stay safe, man. I really do wish the absolute best. Muhammad said, I'm just nervous. I completely understand. I would be more than nervous. I'm sure I would be absolutely freaking out. I'm sure I would be a mess. So that being the case, I'm lucky that you were here with us, Muhammad. Again, let us know if there's any way that we can help you. Again, I kept floating the idea of like maybe some kind of online donations or something, but I know that's not really likely to benefit. Um, I don't know. I don't know. You know, are you able to make, you're saying that you have a generator, so you have the ability to potentially accept, um, potentially to get some kind of funding online. Is there any way, if you were to be able to do that, to transfer that to other people, other people who may have cell phones, to be able to make use of any of that? Vincent said, Seattle 956, us civilians won't be able to, but tyrannical governments don't like people who know how to read and write, so knowledge is power. Agreed. The Taliban government is very against education. Kahneman said, it's terrible. Robert says, I realize you don't have resources for my plans. Muhammad said, I maybe overreacted there. Thank you for being sympathetic, Muhammad. Again, I feel like you're just all shocked by the situation and really do want to try and find ways to help. Kahneman says, it's really amazing that you guys can admit when you mess up. Some people can't. Agreed. And I think both of you are being really thoughtful in the situation. Thank you for resolving it, and thank you for trying to work together. Robert says, because with all that stuff, you don't have the resources for Grath, SNL, or anything else I mentioned. Khan says, you guys are great. Agreed. Robert says, how do you have machines to distill grass if you don't have food? Muhammad says, I don't. We don't. Thank you, Muhammad. Uh, uh, Robert says, yes, so I'll think before I type. I'm glad you will put some consideration into that, Muhammad. Muhammad says, I'm just answering your questions. Absolutely. Thank you for answering these questions. And I think Robert's just realizing how his questions may be a little bit hurtful or maybe difficult to answer. Conman says, do you have any means of getting cash from people, Muhammad? So like if I sent you some cash, I don't have much at all, but if there's any way to do so to help all of you guys. Seattle says, I know, but I identify as an interventionist, which means we should use our military to overthrow extremist regimes. I get you. Connor says, I never knew there's major fault lines in Afghanistan. Earthquakes are really devastating. Muhammad says, even if you send it to me, it'll be confiscated by the Taliban. That's horrible, Muhammad. I'm sorry to hear that. Goodness. That's rough because there's no, you know, how are you? That's wild. Because there'd be no good way to get it in and out. Goodness. We need like a hacker. We need somebody who's like really knowledgeable on getting stuff in and out of the internet really securely. Seattle says, I love George Bush. Oh goodness. Conman says, wow, what Seattle? You saw it. Robert says, you saw what happened last time. Muhammad said, you can only send me in Afghanis, then it won't be confiscated. Oh, interesting. Okay. So if anybody has a way to, convert, there are like currency converters online, to turn it into Afghanis. There, you can do it. Seattle said yes. Comment said, I'm sorry I can't help you more than sharing around, dude. But that is important. Muhammad said they will confiscate 1 cent. I'm sorry to hear that. Vincent said, well, lucky for you, changing money ain't hard. Agreed, absolutely. There are online things that you can do. I'll look some up right now. Yeah, I don't know. There are like ways to do it. I'm trying to figure it out. Excuse me, guys. I'm trying to look it up. Um, Vincent said, well, luckily for changing money ain't hard. Agreed. If anybody finds one, let me know. Mohammed says, because we have no reserves of foreign currencies. Makes sense. Mohammed said, I mean, Afghan Central Bank, the Afghanistan Bank. Vincent said, so you'd have to be in Afghanistan to get your currency. Mohammed says, I don't understand this question, Vincent. Vincent said, is there any way we can change the US dollar to Afghanistan's currency and somehow send the money? Mohammed said, no. Seattle said, Muhammad, do you think without NATO support you could reclaim Afghanistan? Um, Muhammad said, you can only do that in Afghanistan. Oh. Vincent said, that sucks. Muhammad said, we cannot. Absolutely. Vincent said, would Americans be shot on sight in Afghanistan? Muhammad said they would probably be taken hostage, and that makes sense. Robert says, yep, they would be shot on sight. Muhammad says there's no way for any foreigner to enter Afghanistan. Agreed, because there's no, Air Force base. There's no uh, there's no airports. Vincent said that's retarded. You'd have to like cross a border, like a land border, for example, like from Pakistan. But if you did that, that would again be like very risky, and you would probably go to jail. You to get taken hostage. Robert says Afghanistan will probably be left alone unless they attack a NATO country. So stop saying military intervention because it's very implausible. Agreed. Vincent said, I don't recognize the Taliban as the government of Afghanistan, so they can pound sand and cry. Agreed. Muhammad said, we've had enough of foreign intervention. We must liberate ourselves one time. I completely agree with that, Muhammad. I think it's just rough to see that struggle going on because we feel like we want to help. We feel, incredibly privileged and we want to find ways to do more, especially seeing and hearing your situation. Seattle says, I agree. Seattle says only U.S. funding. President Baliga says, sorry for your situation. I know this is not much, but you're brave. I could not deal with your situation. Sorry for the losses. I wish I could help, but I feel I'm not able to. Keep hanging on. Agreed. Comment says, yeah, I'm going to see if I can get some sent to you soon. Can you send me the bank account info, Muhammad? And if any of you can send me a link to convert cash. Again, we're trying to. I don't think there's a way to do that. From what he's telling us, it doesn't seem like there's a good way. Um, uh, uh, Seattle says BTW, I'm British, not American. Fake name says Muhammad, is there any way you could obtain a peace long enough to spread seeds of revolution? No, not at all. Fake name, they're literally like the only provinces in open rebellion. And if they don't continue to remain in open rebellion, the Taliban will take them over and execute them. Like if they wave a peace flag or whatever, the Taliban is not going to recognize that. They're just going to stomp in and kill everyone. Raspberry says probably not fake name. Agreed. It's an incredibly difficult situation and something that's incredibly ruthless. The Afghan bank. Let's see. So one of the things that's difficult as well, the U.S. has put in restrictions. Muhammad says, AP, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Even if you somehow manage to get Afghanis, nobody will come to Panjshir to give them to me. Agreed. And I'm sorry to hear that. That is incredibly disappointing. I was going to say, in more of my reading, it seems like, yeah, you can do some exchange rate stuff, but it's difficult because even if you do successfully somehow do the exchange rate, which it seems like is difficult, like you can do like foreign exchange, trading, what they call forex trading. But even if you do that, the U.S. has like sanctions against the Taliban trying to help the Afghan people in some way. But even still, they're restricting U.S. access to Afghan financial institutions like the Afghanistan bank. So it's or the DAB, which is really a huge issue because it's benefiting because it's trying to slow the funding to the Taliban, but it's also limiting what can get uh, uh, to the people. Let's see, February. Uh, February 14th. Afghan central bank says U.S. plan for frozen funds and injustice. Afghanistan central bank on Saturday criticized Washington's plan to use the half the bank's $7 billion in frozen assets on U.S. soil for humanitarian aid and set aside the rest to possibly satisfy lawsuits over the September 11th attacks. The U.S. administration officials said on Friday they would work to ensure access to $3.5 billion of the assets that would benefit the Afghan people amid calls for the money to be used to address deepening economic crisis since the Taliban seized power last year. So it seems like they're trying to have that. It says the other half of the funds would remain in the United States, subject to ongoing litigation targeting the Taliban, including by relatives of those who died in the September 11th attacks. Um, the Afghanistan bank criticized the decision, saying its assets had been invested in the United States in line with international practices and belong to the Afghan people. DAB considers the latest decision of the USA in blocking foreign exchange reserves and allocating them to irrelevant purposes injustice to the people of Afghanistan. DAB will never accept if the FX reserves of Afghanistan is paid under the name of compensation or humanitarian assistance to others and wants the reversal of the decision and release of all FX reserves on Afghanistan, it added. Central bank funds have been frozen since the Taliban took over the country as foreign forces withdrew in August. The frozen funding combined with sanctions and a drop-off in development funding have sent the country's economy into freefall, unleashing a humanitarian crisis. Absolutely. So yeah, it seems like there's really no way for foreigners to interact with the Afghan economy. Um, a lot of people are commenting. Muhammad is commenting quite a bit as well. Connor said, bye everyone. Good to see you, Connor. Thank you for hanging out with us. Raz says, that would be too merciful. Bye. Raz said, imprison them for life, the ones who survive. Seattle said, I'll create a website to spread the news. Thank you, Seattle. That means a lot. Please do. Get on social media and share this as much as possible. Raz says, I wonder, would the old president come back after the Taliban gets destroyed? Muhammad said they should be lifted. Agreed. Seattle says, I wish Afghanistan would turn out like Iraq today. I wish Afghanistan turned out like Iraq today. Conman said, thanks, Seattle. Send me a link. I'll share it on my social media. Thank you, Conman. As well, if you can share the link to this stream, it would help a lot. Robert said, exactly, Muhammad. We want people to come and listen to Muhammad live. So the more that we can share this stream, the more that we can get people to come and listen to his story. Robert said the same thing in Russia. The common Russian citizens are left with nothing, while the oligarchs are still rich. Connor says the U.S. always intervenes in conflicts that don't need intervention. In the end, the intervention makes the problem worse. Agreed. Muhammad said Iraq is good for us. Seattle said, are you calling American intervention in World War II a bad thing? Okay, that's off topic. Vincent said, I think Russian sanctions are hurting us more than them. Robert says, U.S. corporation, no burgers, still mochas, Russian oligarchs, still rich. No burgers and mochas, Russian oligarchs are still rich. Makes sense. I would say while we still have Muhammad here, I would love to learn a little bit more about his situation. I guess one of the biggest questions that I have, how much has this earthquake affected your community? I know you said nobody died. Is this a larger concern for your defenses? Have any of your defenses been destroyed or limited? Has this limited the amount of fighters that you have? Do you think this will be used as an opportunity by the Taliban to seize more control over the region in the valley? Christian says, hello everyone, sorry I'm late. Thank you for hanging out with us, Christian. It means a lot that you're here, and I appreciate your support. We're talking again to Muhammad. If you remember Muhammad from yesterday, we're talking to him about the situation in his country and in Panjshir Provence. Fake Name says, I have to go. God bless you, Muhammad. You're a good man fighting a good fight. Agreed. Thank you, Fake Name, and it was good to see you. Seattle says, hi, Christian. Hashtag. It's good to see you, Christian. Muhammad said, earthquake didn't damage our bases. That's good. That's good to hear. So at least you have some defenses. Muhammad retracted his message. I'm curious to see what he replies in response. Oh, there we go. Seattle said good. Muhammad said it did a little bit. Okay, makes sense. So there's some damage that happened. Robert says, Muhammad, this might be a very hurtful question, but is there any chance of you working with the Taliban for aid? I think that is a very hurtful question. I would imagine absolutely not. It's people having killed your friends and family and actively trying to kill you. I don't think they would work with them. I don't think the Taliban would want to work with people they see as their enemies. They may lie to them, but agreed. I don't think it would be. I don't think Muhammad would want to do that either. Muhammad replied saying, "Is under my honor to work with those animals." I completely understand Muhammad. That makes a lot of sense. I think the difficulty is people in the area, people in Pakistan, people in Kabul maybe would have to try to get, people in the other provinces of the Northern Alliance would have to try to smuggle things um, would have to try and smuggle things into Panjshir. I want to go ahead and look up just a map of Afghanistan right now to see if I can learn a little more about the situation.
We're going to the mall whenever I go to her house. What?
Okay, so you can't see it too well. Maybe I can bring this up a little bit so you guys can see what I'm seeing a little bit better. Okay. Ooh. Um, Robert said, understand, sorry. Seattle said, what do you think the website should be called? Muhammad said, what website? He's making a website so that he can promote your story and try to get more information out about the resistance in Afghanistan. Seattle says, the one to spread awareness about the situation. Robert said, well, I don't think the Taliban will get aid from their appeal. Agreed. People don't want to work with the Taliban at all. Okay, so here is a map of Afghanistan. I'm not sure how well everybody can see it. I'm going to see if I can't turn down the brightness on my computer so that maybe it's less of a reflection, less of a glare. I'm going to try and bring things closer. Maybe I need to up the brightness to help. Let's see. Is that better? Looks a little bit better, maybe. Okay, maybe I can zoom in. Okay, so here's Afghanistan. I feel like people can't really see that at all, but I'm going to try and bring it closer to the camera. Okay, so we have Afghanistan. Um, Going closer, we can zoom in a little bit and see that this here is uh, is Panjshir. So we have Afghanistan as this whole area right here, and then Panjshir is right here, right next to, um, excuse me, uh, right next to Kabul, uh, getting near to Peshawar. So, but there's this huge forest, this huge mountainous area, the uh, Nuristan Forest National Reserve that is nearby. That would be, I think, when Muhammad talks about potentially having to flee into the mountains, it seems like that's the potential area that they're talking about. Now it looks like there's one major road that goes from Kabul into into Panjshir territory. So it seems like protecting and trying to defend that road would be the biggest thing of importance. I'm not sure exactly what part of Panjshir Province Muhammad is in, but I'm curious as to if they have more or less access to that road. Is that road something that's really heavily guarded, or is that something that they're able to access? It's Sarika Road. Is Saricha or Sarika Road something that is able to be accessed, Muhammad, or is that something that's heavy controlled by the Taliban? Let's see. Robert says, well, I don't think the Taliban will get aid from their appeal. Agreed. Christian says, any uh, aid sent to Afghanistan would have to pass through the Taliban territory before it could reach these rebel groups. The worst issue with this, I fear, is confiscation of supplies with the Taliban. I agree. Muhammad said, I suggest do not send any aid. Uh, because it cannot make it to us. Agreed. Raspberry says, I'm going to go for a bit. Good to see you, Raz. I hope you're able to come back and join us. Baliga says, I'll write an argument on the Baliga news site, but yeah, I do not know what else I can do. Just continue to spread awareness. If you have other social media, make sure to link this stream. Make sure, in your posts on your website, link this stream, link, things that we're talking about. Try and spread the word of his story as much as humanly possible. Um, Raz says, stay safe, Muhammad. Robert said, just as much as you. Robert says, in the Talibs do get supplies, they will burn you out. Seattle says, how do you use the ring road to move to Mazar? I, Sheriff, where you could reach the border of Kazakhstan, which supports you. Robert says, so it's a lose-lose. Um, a lot of people commented. I'm waiting to see if Muhammad will comment back. Seattle says, why not retreat to a better defended position on the Tajik border? Robert says, Panjshir is way too far inland. Panjshir is like in the middle of Afghanistan. So you have to travel to over 100 miles of to leave territory. Agreed. That's a big issue, a huge issue. You can see, again, I'm not doing a great job of showing this map. Maybe I can lower my stand a little bit and see if that'll help. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to just bring this down to eye level, so maybe we can get things a little bit closer for you guys to see. All right, let's take a look at this map. Maybe you guys can see that just a little bit better. Try and angle down more. But, okay, here we go. So, we're looking at Afghanistan here. So let me zoom out just a little bit. Okay, if you guys can see this, here is the country of Afghanistan as a whole. Here is Panjshir Province right here. So you can see this little red outline right there. As I zoom in, you'll be able to see more of it. Yeah, right there, that's Panjshir Province. You can see that there's this one road that goes through it that travels up the whole length of the province and heads out toward uh, um, toward Pakistan. The problem is, and Tajikistan. The problem is, it seems like they would be reasonably closer to Pakistan than they would be to Tajikistan. If they went to Pakistan, though, it's still huge miles and miles and miles. It's not reasonable exactly to retreat, but you can see that there is a major road to the north that if you could gain access to, if you could gain control of, to any reasonable extent, that funding and resources may be able to be brought in just a little bit easier. But that would be incredibly, incredibly difficult, and would be very, very risky to spend your resources trying to fight to do that. You can see there's huge amounts of mountain. Like there's not a ton of roads that really cross here. There are a few, but going back to uh, Panjshir Province, you can see this main road is really the only thing that is reasonable to try and access. Um, Cyrus the Great says, what is this video about? Trying to fight against the Taliban. We're hearing the story of Muhammad, who's actively in the Taliban, is actively fighting against the Taliban in Panjshir Province. Robert says it's about 250 miles from Tajikistan. Seattle says, okay, I gotta go. Muhammad says, Cyrus, they are not based. Not at all. Not at all, Cyrus. Uh, Cyrus is being silly. Um, Robert says, Cyrus, there's a Taliban survivor here. Yes, that's what we're talking about. Christian says, I'm beginning to notice parallels between Panjshir and the Battle of Thermopylae. I cannot understand how heroic holding this bastion of freedom against the tyranny of the Taliban is. Absolutely. Cyrus says, I hate the Taliban. Muhammad says, hold on, I hear screaming and gunshots. Be back in a moment. Oh, goodness. Muhammad, we're all thinking of you and hoping that you're okay. This is certainly a very tense moment. Vincent said, go get him, Muhammad. Robert says, so casual. Vincent said, kill him. Absolutely. It's certainly very scary. Christian said, stay safe, Muhammad. Absolutely. We're all thinking about you. Goodness. And so again, we're not exactly sure where in Panjshir Province Muhammad is, but looking at things, he's saying that there are people who would travel into Kabul to bring back and forth supplies. As you can see, they're very near to Bagram Air Force Base. So this is also something that's very wild. Bagram Air Force Base, very heavily controlled by the Taliban. Moving up back into Panjshir, we can see, of course, there are different places that are close to the border here between Panjshir and either Parwan or Kapisa. But as we go further up, you can see that there's this border between Panjshir and Nuristan, which would be more into the mountains, more into the forest, but would have larger potential for cover and potentially for retreat. The problem is you see all these different towns. There are hundreds of names of areas that people would have to go through in order to uh, try and survive. At any one of these, they could be captured and killed. It's a very large issue. So again, there are these few places. You can see incredible mountain ranges here. We can try to look at some of these areas. He was saying that some of this area is reasonable to use for food. As you can see, they have the what river is this? The Panjshir River. The Panjshir River is connected to uh, Sarika Road. So you can see that there is different kind of drainage routes that can access different areas. They say they have plenty of water, so it seems like they're probably near either the main part of the Panjshir River or one of these runoff regions. So more than likely they are somewhere. If we continue to go up, around here. They may be all the way in the north, looking up here near the end of the road, or they could be at any one of these different locations here with a runoff. So that's what I would imagine, especially describing that they're dealing with, having plenty of water but not a ton of food. Robert says, "Eat them off this mortal plane." President Baliga said, "Stay safe. Hope all is good." Absolutely. Um, Muhammad said, "Oh Allah, why do you have to do this to me? I'm sorry to hear that things are going poorly, Muhammad. Is everything okay? Please update us." Oh my goodness. Muhammad said a child passed away. Muhammad, let me adjust so that I can properly address you. I don't want to be rude and insensitive to the situation. Muhammad, I'm sorry to hear. Was this child a Taliban soldier? Were they, somebody from your own community? Can you tell us a little bit about what happened in the fighting? Vincent said, "Did they shoot the child?" We're absolutely kind of all braced here, trying to wait for Muhammad's response. This is absolutely wild. Muhammad said, "Yes, those animals shot a 5-year-old child." I want you to know, Muhammad, all of our thoughts and prayers are with you. Wow, there's There's no words for that. There's nothing that can be said other than that's awful. And that a life that could have gone on to do great things for the world has been cut short by hate and by injustice. And this is a dude that makes me so mad. Yeah, yeah. Somebody doesn't get to live their entire life now because of a war that they had nothing to do with. Is a toddler, you know. We have a child here who's 4 years old. Uh, I can't imagine them, getting attacked in that way. That's horrible. That's terrible. Robert says prayers. Seattle says, as a Muslim, may the prayers of Allah be with you. Absolutely. Balika says, sorry for your loss. Absolutely. Vince said, we need to kill all these guys, but slowly, the cartel way, slowly and painfully. It's horrible. I mean, you don't want to think about more bloodshed when there's already been plenty of bloodshed. But it's absolutely insane. It's hurtful. It's a way to undermine people's will to keep fighting, but it's an absolutely savage tactic. It's disgusting. Robert said it's a terror tactic. Stay strong. Absolutely. They're just trying to hit anybody that they can, so they're going to go after the weakest and most vulnerable people. They're going to attack children. That's not any kind of holy war. That's not anything that God would permit, the killing of children. A shame. Seattle says, have you got good ammunition and supplies? Vincent said they don't have much. Absolutely. The good news is they have a good bit of water, but again, it seems like food is scarce. Um, I'm gonna go to actually looking at. Yeah, you can see. I mean, this area is just full of mountains. This area basically is just the mountains. This entire area. You can see that there is river going along it, but where the primary river is, or where all of these little towns and areas are. So there's a good number of people. Um, maybe in some of these little runoff areas, there's different spots. You can see there's one here where the river is kind of draining. See it falling down to other small houses and areas. That's absolutely horrible. Um, Muhammad said, we're running low on ammo and food. I'm sorry, Muhammad. Seattle said, I'm so sorry. May Allah be with you. Robert said, Panjshir is under siege. Absolutely. Um, I think Panjshir is constantly under siege. But this is the scary thing about this situation. It's not something that is going to go away. It's not something. Yeah, Muhammad said we're under siege every day. Absolutely. Um, do you know how many people were attacking you today? Do you know what was happening? Can you describe it to us at all? Again, for anybody who's able to, please share this stream. Please talk about this and reach out to people to try and get them to listen to Muhammad's story as we're here with him. This is incredibly awful, and we are lucky to have the opportunity to talk to Muhammad today. Seattle says, I'm so proud they've resisted for more than a year. Absolutely. Robert says, I showed my mom this stream and she said, stop watching that. I'm sorry to hear, Robert. I definitely understand. If your family doesn't want you watching this, I think you should respect your elders. But that's tough. You know what I mean? We're watching something that's really brutal and really tough. So I more than understand. If you do need to go, I understand, and I hope you have a good afternoon. But this is crazy. You know what I mean? This is an absolutely intense circumstance. Um, um, Vincent said, do you take the weapons and ammo off the dead? That's a great question, Vincent. Robert says we're in Texas. That's Afghanistan. Robert says my parents just don't care. Oh, interesting. Well, I guess I'm glad to have you here. I'm sorry that, your parents aren't concerned. President Baliga said they killed a kid. That's just horrific. Yes, absolutely. Um, uh, Muhammad said ammo, food, money, anything. They're trying to take anything they can off of the people who are attacking them. Vincent says you try and take them captive to try and get information out of them and kill them once they talk. I'd suggest CIA tactics of mind games. Sure, you're talking about torturing people, Vincent, but the thing that's strange about this, right, is the concept that like these people are shooting at you, and they're shooting at you from a very far distance. So you either let them get close enough to potentially get like a non-fatal shot on them, but they're still going to be armed. Like you would have to have a way to let them run out of ammunition. And if they have more ammunition than you want every single shot to count. So more than likely, you're worried about stopping their invasion and, just just trying to use as few bullets as possible and kill them as far away as possible, rather than letting them get close to you and your people. Like he said, they shot a 5-year-old child. You know what I mean? So they were obviously close enough to just run in. And if that's the case, you're not worried about trying to take somebody alive. You're worried about stopping the death that they're bringing. Robert says, if it was that easy, Vincent. Absolutely. Muhammad said 50 kids have been killed in Panjshir Valley since the Taliban took control, from age 1 to 14. That's horrible, Muhammad. I'm sorry to hear that. It, that's absolutely ridiculous. My thoughts and prayers go out. Um, it's not something that you hear about every day, at least here, and so it's wild to be knowing that this was happening to some degree, but not knowing the extent of it. It is scary and is really sad. Robert said, "I would say torturing them makes them no better than Talib's torture." Raz says, "Take the dreads, weapon, ammo, any material." Robert says, "You're talking about where you're at or the entire valley?" Robert, I believe you're talking about the entire valley, but still, in 1 year, 50 children being murdered, like specifically targeted attacks by the Taliban. Raspberry said dead. Vincent says it's easy to take someone pregnant prisoner, shoot their legs, take their weapons, and tie their legs and arms. Um, Vincent, rifles do an incredible amount of damage. Like, you would have to save that person's life because more than likely, if you shoot them in the leg, there's still arteries in the leg, and someone can bleed out within a number of minutes. At the same time, someone who's shot in their leg doesn't mean that that's incapacitated them. They may be shot in the leg. That's not going to stop them from shooting back at you if they're able to. If they're completely unconscious, it means they're probably dying, and you would have to use materials that you desperately need for your own sick and injured to try and take them hostage. I don't think it's reasonable to do. Robert says, but that's a war crime. It is. Um, Vincent said, what would they kill themselves with? Robert says, Vincent, stop advertising war crimes. Vincent said, if you have someone watching them all the time, they won't be able to. Raz says, is it a war crime so much as survival? Agreed. I think this is getting to be a rough situation. I think we should just listen to what Muhammad has to tell us about what's actually going on versus trying to speculate about what should be done. Robert says, oh, hold on, I'm getting a Discord message. I want to make sure it's not Muhammad. Okay, no, it's Vincent. Thank you, Vincent. Okay, let's see. So real quick, let's continue reading. Uh, so this is interesting. Robert says, but fighting war crimes with war crimes too. Muhammad said, I saved 2 Taliban soldiers 2 months ago, and now they're living with me and fighting with me. Absolutely. Muhammad, I'm glad to hear about that. I think a lot of the time people are scared, and I think a lot of the time they're being forced into fighting just like you. So if you can convince those people to join your side, I think it's important to do so. Um, Raz says, yes, I think not all Taliban are bad. Vincent said, like I said, they're killing children. They deserve what they get. I honestly don't care. I'll make them scared to go there That's for sure. Agreed. But at the same time, like he just said, he was able to get some people away from there and actually have them support and fight with him. So the good news is that they have a way to recruit people, and those people who are going to help them to fight are beneficial because they also have information. So instead of torturing people, you work with people and you get them to give you information that they would freely and happily give for protection. Right? So some are manipulated and don't know what they're really doing, but the ones that are doing these horrors on purpose deserve prison. Agreed. Vincent said, well, of course people can change through any time of conflict. Human beings can change, but others blinded by ideology of belief won't care. Agreed. Robert says, don't fight war crimes with war crimes. Agreed. Let's see. Robbie joined in and said, can you approve my friend request? Robbie, are you in the stream? Let me see. On stream right now, discussing and poor. Oh yeah, Robert, you're Robbie. So yeah, I know. Yeah, you're on the stream. I appreciate it. I got you, Robbie. I can accept your friend request. Not a problem. Real quick, I want to continue to respond to Muhammad and what's going on there. Um, Robert says, don't fight war crimes with war crimes. Robert said, because say if Panjshir fighter does a war crime, the soldier is tortured to death, well then they're a martyr. Agreed, and it's very difficult to watch those kinds of horrors continuing to happen. I think again Muhammad's method is the best, and the most ideal in the way that um, um, this is really important. I think to be able to see him being able to turn difficulty into support, be able to turn his enemies into friends and allies. Christian says, forgive me if this has already been asked before, but are there any channels for communicating with other rebel groups in Afghanistan? Radio, telegraph, anything that could connect these groups? That's a great question. Christian. That would be something for Muhammad. I think he told us it's very difficult to reach any of these groups, but we can definitely ask. Muhammad, is there a way to connect to these other groups? Robert says they would effectively be martyr war criminals. Raz says, I see. Robert says, and this would just make Panjshir look like thugs. So, uh, Vincent said, Muhammad, do you guys have any cars or anything? Muhammad said, we have several good old Toyotas. Very nice. That's good to hear. Do you have any way to communicate with the other provinces or other towns that are fighting alongside you? Robert says, with artillery on the back, Muhammad. That's funny. If they had artillery, I'm sure they would attach it. Um, Robbie, absolutely. But I don't think that's the case. Mohammed, do you have any way of contacting these other provinces? Via radio, the internet, like you're connecting now. If you're able to coordinate with them in any way, I think it would be very, very beneficial. Okay. I want to continue to see if we can't reach out to other people. I'm going to check our Twitter and our Instagram to see if we have any responses. Again, trying to share this information as much as possible is very, very important. Um, if you guys are on Twitter, definitely make sure to retweet our tweet here. We sent out a tweet earlier that says, today we need your help. We're speaking to a fighter in Afghanistan trying to resist Taliban control. Please help us go live and share Muhammad's story. Um, and then we got 3 retweets and 3 likes. Thank you guys for that. Again, the more that we can share this, the more that we can learn about Muhammad's issues, and the more that we can bring about hopefully a little bit of awareness to what's going on. Let's see what the comment is. We got a comment on Instagram. Um, I appreciate you, Richard. Richard said AP always to fight the good fight. Attorney is in good hands. Um, so I'm going to reply, thank you, Richard. Attorney forever. Again, I'm just waiting for Muhammad's response. Um, Raspberry said, do you have any heavy machine guns? Muhammad are only AKs. Um, Vincent said, have you guys tried added armored trucks and using those deterrents or transport vehicles? Robert said, yes, Syria has a lot of good homemade weapons. Raz says, which Syria? Robert says they had hair flyer and SUV tanks. Um, Robert says, I'm talking about Rojava and the rebels. Seattle says, free Syria. Raspberry says, all because of good old America. Seattle says, anti-Assad. Syria. Interesting. Real quick, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can't reply. And we sent that out. Again, this is something that is very, very concerning and very scary, not only for Muhammad's situation, but for people across the world. There are other people in Afghanistan that are dealing with this, and their families, whether they be in Afghanistan themselves and suffering right alongside them, or whether they be people who are our friends and neighbors here in the U.S. and across the world who are having to watch their family members in Afghanistan suffer and be attacked and be harmed, all because they didn't want to fall under the rule of the Taliban. It's absolutely scary. Um, Seattle says Rojava rebels. Robert says they could study Syrian improv weapons and try to replicate to the best of their abilities. Absolutely, it's just how much ability you have, how limited your access to materials is, and that's a struggle. And I think that's always going to be a struggle in this kind of situation. Robert says makes sense. Absolutely. I would say trying to continue the discussion and move it forward. Again, waiting for um, if Muhammad is able to continue to join us. I think the strongest case for trying to bring awareness to stuff like this is Muhammad himself. Is somebody who is on the front lines, who's actively talking about it, who's actively sharing the information, and who is able to give us more accurate details than anyone else. Like you saw plenty of our chat, plenty of you guys trying to share ideas that you feel like, oh, well, it would be easy enough to attach like armor plating to vehicles, or it'd be easy enough to mount machine guns to vehicles, or it would be easy enough to, create like improvised fuel and stuff like that out of grass. Um, all of these are really good ideas. It's just that I think it overestimates slightly the resources and abilities of the people who are actively having to fight, and also the amount of time that they have. Because any time that they are putting toward projects like that may or may not work, they're losing time to gather food that they desperately need. They are, uh, wasting time that they have to, build more defenses, to, try to continue to protect their people and keep watch. Um, it's very very difficult to understand exactly what the resources and abilities of the people on the ground are besides the people on the ground. So they can tell us what's possible. They can tell us what the best ways to develop are, because they've been fighting this war for years. And so it's an issue, because the more that we learn about it, I think the more that we're humbled, the more that we're taught about the concept that this isn't something that no matter how much we think we have the solutions, or we think we have ways to help, this isn't something that we're really knowledgeable about, and it's difficult and it's tough, because I think we always want to find a way out. I think we always want to have the ability to find solutions and to come up with something. Even myself, trying to rack your brain about, oh, maybe we can get funding, maybe we can do this and that. It it's hard to accept the concept that there's nothing that you can do, and that's horrible. But it's something that I think is necessary to understand. I think it's important to just listen as much as we can. Robert says, I'm pretty sure in Panjshir there might be rationing, like don't use cars unless an emergency, tokens for food like World War II, that stuff. I agree. I think they're very heavily rationing. Like we heard Muhammad speak about earlier, he's running out of gas, so he has to be very careful to not spend all of his gas recklessly. As well, he is having to regularly, ration his food. As he talked about, he survives on, two pomegranates and a piece of bread every day. So that's what he's eating. That's his whole, meal for the day. Three square meals in, two pomegranates and a piece of bread. That's what Muhammad at 40 years old eats every day. And so that's that's tough. It's tough to hear. One, because that may not be the worst off person in Afghanistan. You know what I mean? Like there are plenty of people who are starving to death. Who haven't had food in days and days and days and days. Whereas Muhammad, one, because he's fighting, but two, because he's able to get some resources, though very very slim, is able to eat a little bit more. Robert says that's my assumption. Vincent says, well, actually, it would be a waste to armor a car. The Taliban made IEDs powerful enough to destroy MRAPs. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's very difficult. And as well, if you drive your vehicle out and you try and use it as a weapon of war, even if you don't get hit by an IED, you still may be in a very difficult situation where you're if your car is shot up, even if you have, some metal plates on it to try and protect that, first off, it's going to waste your gas more quickly because it's going to be heavy to drive around for any significant distance, more heavy, thick metal plates. But as well, even if you do that, you're not sure if your vehicle is going to get shot up by a whole bunch of, machine guns. Like I said, the Taliban now have pretty heavy equipment, so they can very easily attack and shoot the cars, and then they don't have transportation, potentially even back to their own compound, um, to their own towns. Robert says your machine gun Toyota is a Tonka if they take out the MRAPs. Absolutely. Christian said, "Forgive my ignorance." Uh, Vincent said the metal could be better used to make defenses. I completely agree, Vincent. Christian said, forgive my ignorance, but does the Taliban have an air force? Because if they don't, supplies and material could be feasibly and safely dropped to places of rebel activity by plane. Absolutely, that's possible, but very difficult. I would say a number of things. First off, the Taliban now has more air force than they ever have before. The Taliban were left helicopters and planes and jets and stuff that the U.S. military left behind. That doesn't mean that they can pilot them and that they can use them successfully, but there are some. I think the thing that's much more dangerous and much more feasible is the fact that there are, like anti-aircraft weaponry and large, rocket launchers and, missile launchers and things like that. Artillery weaponry, that the U.S. has left and has not purposely, but unintentionally gifted to the Taliban. So if you tried to fly a helicopter's worth of material or a Cessna plane worth of material into Panjshir, more than likely, because we saw Bagram Air Force Base, which is where all of that military equipment was left, is right next to Panjshir Province. More than likely, your plane would get shot down. Like they have, anti-aircraft, artillery and stuff. So you would more than likely get shot down. Um, Raspberry said, not only that, but one mine to destroy an average car would destroy it completely. Vincent said, yeah. Robert said, Armed Forces of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has 130,000 men, but that's an estimate. Absolutely. Raspberry says, any vehicle with flat bottoms do not redirect blasts. That's why Humvees suck A. Vincent said, I do think the Taliban have some helicopters that were left behind. They do, Vincent. They do. They just don't have a ton of pilots. Raspberry says, the two people I know will vogue that a Humvee vouch that a Humvee is the least safe military vehicle they were ever in. Makes sense. Christian says I was not previously aware of that. I'm terribly sorry to hear. Absolutely, it's certainly very scary. And on top of that, there are very few, if any, people who, even if that wasn't the case, would want to fly equipment into Afghanistan because you think about it, you know, you may have plans to meet up with someone who is a resistance fighter in Afghanistan. So you load up a plane and you know, in let's say Pakistan, you load up a plane in Pakistan right next to Panjshir Province, and you try and fly it in. By the time you land, the people there could have been kidnapped and killed, and you know you wouldn't realize until you tried to land your plane. As well, it's not like you can just land anywhere. The place that you know you're flying to is in the mountains, so it's not flat. There's not a ton of like just like open spaces for you to park your plane. You'd be trying to land in mountains. Um, and so it's this incredibly difficult thing where you'd have to have very specific equipment to be able to fly it over, like a helicopter. And if you did, it'd be very, very noticeable that you're doing that. So you'd have to have lots of people protecting the entire path of that helicopter. And then once the helicopter did land, it still could be that they're landing in Taliban controlled territory. So that'd be a huge mission to undertake to bring supplies to those people. Um, uh, Uh, ooh, somebody else joined the stream. It's good to see you. They said, "What's this here?" Hello. We are the Empire of Aeternia. Right now, we are discussing with Muhammad, who is a resistance fighter in Afghanistan, fighting against the Taliban. We are learning about his story. We're trying to spread awareness about it. He's in the comments with us. He's been for a while. He kind of comes in and out as he has to deal with things. But if you can like the stream, if you can help to support us, and if you have any questions, please let us know as we're trying to spread awareness for his story. There is still resistance fighting ongoing in Afghanistan. There is still actively, people trying to push back and make a difference in their country there. So if you can support them in any way, it is very important that you do so. Raz says they didn't die, but one time one of the people I know got blasted out of a gunner position, not seriously hurt herself. Not sure if it was a Humvee though. Very scary. Um, uh, Chris said, good point. Christian said, good point. It could definitely also give away rebel positions to the Taliban if they are hidden. Absolutely. And would know where people are resupplying and would potentially know where their resupply is coming from. I'm sure Pakistan doesn't want to get on the Taliban's bad side. Even though they may not be direct supporters, it's not good to be in direct open opposition to your neighbors. Raz says the Taliban already knows about the rebels. Robert says, okay, the Taliban has around 100 planes. Interesting. Raz says, I gotta go. Thank you for being here, Raz. I appreciate you. Hopefully you can come back later. Vincent says, but do they know how to fly them is the question. That is the great question. Robert says, and they might have anti-aircraft. Vincent said, fighter pilots have to go through a lot of training. Yes, absolutely. Robert says, the Taliban has a few pilots. They have 183,000 people in the force. Sure, in their military force, but that doesn't mean that they're all trained, capable pilots, especially military pilots who have to go through a lot of training, but also have to, understand the dynamics of landing in battle zones, not just landing a plane, but, trying to limit the damage that happens to a plane as it's falling on people who are trying to destroy it. Robert says, wait, the Taliban shoot down an F-35 that's supplying resistance, then it causes a sort of pushback in the States if it's a U.S. plane. Muhammad said, I'm sorry that I left you like that. I had to comfort one child. That's all right. That's important. That's important, Muhammad. You are dealing with things that are much bigger than us here. Thank you for doing that, for taking care of your community, for taking care of the people who are most important. Um, uh, Robert says, and a propaganda victory for the Taliban. It would absolutely, but again, it would be something that um, it would be something that's very, very difficult. Muhammad, I appreciate you being here with us, and I appreciate you continuing to talk to us. Was that child related to the child that died? Were they injured in some way, this child that you were comforting? Or is this just someone in your family that you're trying to take care of? Again, please, the more information you can give us about the situation, the better. Um, yeah, I think people are really curious to know, and they're really curious to learn about you as a person. And again, I have the utmost respect and appreciation for you being here and taking time out of your day and your busy schedule, literally fighting for your life to sit and talk with us. Let's see. Ooh, Robert said Serbia had a. Vincent said that's fine, Mohammed. Robert said Serbia had a 1950s radar and shot down a Nighthawk. Wild. Yeah, absolutely. Crazy things can happen, but it's definitely scary when your enemy like the Taliban has large scale, artillery and stuff. The ability to just bomb areas. Robert says if the Taliban has just one radar, imagine what they can do to resupply planes. Absolutely. It's absolutely scary. And I think that's more than reasonable that they have that and the ability to attack incoming aircraft. Also, we have 9 viewers, 19 likes. Thank you guys. Hey, we're back up to 10 viewers. It means a lot. Again, we're trying to learn about the story of Muhammad. We're trying to understand a little bit about his situation, going from fighting every day in Panjshir Province, trying to stop the invasion of his community. On top of that, to trying to bring back and recruit fighters who are surrendering from the Taliban to come and fight with them and join the resistance movement, trying to resupply their oil and their ammunition, trying to send out communications to people like us to try to spread the word about what's happening. All we can do is give Muhammad the utmost respect and attention for his story and try to raise awareness to what he can do. He's even comforting the children they're in his community's care and trying to help them to minimize the suffering they're dealing with, seeing the loss of, I'm sure, their friends and fellow community members. Um, Robert says exactly in an Air Force. Robert says, Muhammad, we were talking about airdrops. You think it makes sense? Okay. So Vince said that's just kind of shitty. We left all that stuff. We turned a terrorist organization into a well-equipped army. Absolutely. It's not just kind of shitty. It's very shitty. And also, it's something that's really difficult to deal with because, sure, the Taliban isn't well equipped, but they aren't well trained, but they're well equipped now, so they can still do massive amounts of damage. And because they're not, an army like the U.S. Army still has a lot of issues, but the Taliban are going to be openly and regularly bombing civilian populations. You know what I mean? The U.S. May every once in a while have a scandal that comes out that they've bombed a civilian population or that they've attacked civilians, but it's uh, you know here and there that we hear about that. It's scattered. The Taliban are specifically targeting civilian populations. Robert says the Taliban now have over 100 military planes, tons of artillery, AR-15s, says Robert. Muhammad said planes, drones, etc. will be taken down. Absolutely. The Taliban, it's not like it's just, these different rebel factions fighting. The Taliban now has like a stronghold control over the country. It is a miracle that people like Muhammad and the rest of the Panjshir Valley and the Panjshir Province are able to fight back. Muhammad, while you were gone, I did want to ask you a little bit about roads and rivers there. We were looking at a map a minute ago of Panjshir. Um, and I was wondering a little bit about, are you near the road there? Are you near the main highway in, let me see what it's called, um, Sarica Road? Are you near that? I know you said you have plenty of water, and that makes sense because there's a number of runoffs from the Panjshir River. But are you able to drive and get resupplied through uh, Sarica Road? Excuse me if I'm butchering the name of this. Um, Robert says, yes, the Talibs have artillery and radar. That's enough to do lots and lots of damage to, say, humanitarian airdrops. Agreed. Um, Let me see if I can lower this down a little bit. Masood Highway, he said locals call it that. Yes, absolutely. If I can show the screen a little bit, maybe it'll be easier. See, I'm not certain. Let's see if I can kind of angle it. Sorry, everybody. Okay, let's see. Still a little bit low. Better. Okay. So, oh gosh. Sorry, everyone. See if I can pull that up and tighten it just a little bit. Okay, if everybody can see that. So we're looking here. Here is Panjshir Provence, where this red line is, and then going down to this. Yes. I suppose that would be Masood Highway. As well, Muhammad, are you near the northern or southern part of Panjshir? Are you closer to Kabul, or are you closer to um, Tajikistan? Um, as far as north or south, what part of the province are you? Real quick, I want to continue to read people's comments and make sure that I am here listening to people. Okay, so I'm going to move everything back again, readjust our setup. Hey everyone, here we go. Okay, so Robert says, remember when you played AI Dungeon, your quality was way better. Agreed. At that time, I was in an apartment where I could pay for high-speed internet and Wi-Fi that I could connect directly to my computer. Here, I do not have any of that. I am having to do streams off of my mobile phone, and I am lucky to be here. Again, we are staying with Tiffany's family as we do not have a place to live, so it is very lucky that we are able to be here. Robert says, remember when you played a dungeon? Agreed. And I would definitely like to be in a position where I can, pay for internet and do that again. It'll just take time. Vincent said, the things that set apart from this world from World War II is the French resistance had support from the OSS and the Afghan rebels have no support. Muhammad said, I'm closer to Kabul. Makes sense. Christian says, there was no reason for so much of it to be there at that point in time. Agreed. Vincent said, would supply drops be possible, Muhammad, even if the plane got shot down? Is it possible? It seems no. It seems like no, that's not possible. Yeah, Robert's saying no. Muhammad said no, that's not possible. I mean, if you look at it, I wanted to show the screen, but I'm not going to point it down again. When we were looking at the map, you could see there is a ton of area, in between where the different countries they would have to come from is, and where Panjshir Province is. It's in the center of the country, right next to the capital of Kabul. On top of that, they are right next to Bagram Air Force Base, which is where the main section of that U.S. Military surplus is left. So that's where all the artillery is, which is right next to Kabul. So, that'd be basically like saying, can you drop an air supply to the capital of Afghanistan? You can't. No. Muhammad said, no, that won't be possible. Maki said, yo, AP. Yo, Maki, how are you? Muhammad said, we're on our own. I'm sorry to hear, I'm sorry to hear, Muhammad. Excuse me. There's one of the kids here is crying. Um, Robert said that would be an outrage. Robert said if news of anything shot down comes out, yes, absolutely. And it would be an outrage if it were, an American air supply, but America is not really interested in doing that. It's really sad. Whiteman says, I'm 2 hours late, but I'm still glad you're here. Thank you, Whiteman, for supporting us. And again, we're trying to listen to Muhammad's story. So, again, if you can like the stream, if you can share it as much as possible and try and get the word out, that means a lot to us. Whiteland says again, but still, that's not a problem at all. We're just glad that you're here and continuing to again listen to the story that Muhammad has for us and trying to spread the word about the issues that are happening in Panjshir and in the rest of Afghanistan. Um, let's see. So there are again a lot of issues that we can see that the government there in the Taliban are committing in kind of these war crimes and these atrocities. It's something that really again people like Muhammad are able to give us a firsthand account of, but you never know the full extent of. You never know just how many Afghan citizens are getting brutalized and murdered at any moment. You don't know how many families are getting separated, how many children are getting killed. You can't imagine. And so I I just want to again send out my deepest sympathies and my deepest concern for the people in Afghanistan, and my thanks to people like Muhammad who are one fighting for freedom for the people that they care about, for their friends and their family and the people that they've lost, for the people who are fleeing Taliban control and are going to join these rebels in the Panjshir Province. I think it's incredibly brave of you, and I think it's important that more continue to do that to show that there is more and more support as well. I know your families care about you, and I know that the more people that go and join that resistance and that support and get support, even though it's hard and scary and it's potentially just sacrificing yourself for a cause. I think you will bring in more support than you realize. Robert said, actually might be a little bit off topic, but you reminded me of my new future scenarios where America invades Venezuela. It is a little bit off topic, but I do think it's important to focus on Muhammad right now and on Afghanistan. Um, Vincent said, "Do you guys have air raid shelters in your town?" I would imagine not. I imagine it's quite a small town. It seems like a lot of Panjshir is fairly rural. So not all of it. I mean, you can see that especially getting closer and closer to Kabul, there's more and more development. But even still, it's absolutely not a ton. There's quite a bit of rural areas here, so it seems like it would be very limited as far as uh, what can be done. One thing that's interesting within Panjshir Province, there is a hospital, which I didn't know about. Chateau BHC Health Center. Yep, it's a hospital. I'm sure it's quite overrun right now with injured, but even still, especially dealing with the earthquake and stuff, as well as the fighting. Um, but I am very, very curious to know what is happening there as well. Um, Muhammad said we don't. Robert said no. You need context within my scenario. White Wind. Vincent said, is it difficult to dig them? Um, Robert said there was a civil war in the U.S. and yeah, okay. Muhammad said very difficult. Yeah, I would imagine so. Muhammad said we tried but never managed to finish them. Oh, I'm sorry, Muhammad. That's scary. Muhammad said, oh, hospital, it doesn't work. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So it's just abandoned. Interesting. Okay, so then you must be pretty nearby it, right? Like if you can see the hospital, then yeah, you must be pretty close. Um, Interesting. Yeah, I don't want to ask Muhammad too much, but it's about his location. But it's just interesting to learn a little bit more about the area and see kind of things from his perspective. Wayman says they're trying to dig them under houses so you have more protection. Uh, and then, yeah, but they're still getting their houses bombed either way. Vincent said, so you guys just ride it out? Muhammad said, yes. Wayman says, unless you already tried. Vincent said, do you have any basements? I doubt it. Robert says, Muhammad, are there like any underground things like sewers? No. No. Muhammad says no. Yeah, they don't have any modern infrastructure connected to the government because the Taliban shut it all off. You know, anything that they might have had, like electricity, the Taliban shut off and is restricting to them because they see them as rebels, which is absolutely ridiculous. They're trying to, fight for their freedom and preserve the life that their families have been living in that valley for generations. So it's necessary that we try to understand it. Muhammad says my house does have a basement. Oh, that's good. That's good that your house does have a basement. So there's at least some place for you to be able to try and hide and protect yourself. Muhammad says, but many don't. Absolutely, I imagine not. And that's the thing that's very scary as well, right? Is that if you try to build things under, like White Wind, you were talking about trying to build shelters underneath houses, and that's a good idea in theory, but you have to have so much to protect um, uh, and support a structure that if you try to dig into the Muhammad said, I hear gunshots and screams again. Okay, Muhammad, good luck. We believe in you. Take care. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. Please let us know when you can, if you can, what's going on. Again, we're thinking about you, and we're glad that you're here with us. We're hoping and praying for your safety. Goodness, that that's just horrific. We continue to have these situations where Muhammad is, now twice during this stream. This has been a 3 hour stream. Our stream the other day was 4 hours, and we had one instance of Muhammad hearing gunshots and having to leave. This is now two instances in the same day. There were, many raids and groups trying to actively invade Panjshir Province right now, simply because of the fact that they can. There's been an earthquake. There's been a lot of devastation. There's been a lot of, confusion and recovery trying to go on. And so I think the Taliban is trying to push as much as they can to try and fight off the resistance that's left. Robert says, "Oh no, the Taliban is launching an offensive." It seems like they are. It seems like they've been doing it throughout the day, and it seems like there's probably a lot more to come. That's incredibly scary for our friend Muhammad, and I'm very, very worried. I think again, right now is a time for us to think about. White Wind. I see you're in the chat. You're always very helpful and supportive of us. Try to get the word out about what's happening. A lot of the time we tend to forget and we tend not to think about that there are people actively who are suffering and who are losing their lives and losing their families' lives in Afghanistan. And it's important that we continue to think about those people and try to raise awareness for what's happening to them. It's an absolutely tragic situation, and I think the best thing that we can do to help, as Muhammad mentioned earlier and in the previous stream, just try to raise awareness, try to tell people the story, try to make people remember what is happening and help them to see what is happening. It's absolutely devastating, and I'm very concerned for him right now. This isn't something, to take lightly. This isn't something, to just think about for a minute on stream and then Muhammad says, I may not come back. Spread story of Afghan heroes. We're here for you, Muhammad. If you can at all, let us know in the future. If you come back, please message us. Let us know on Discord. We believe in you, Muhammad. We're thinking of you. We will spread your story, 100%. I'm gonna jump on Discord. I just heard a little ding. Yep. Yes, absolutely. I just got that. Thank you very much. Um, Good luck, Muhammad. We believe in you. We're thinking of you. Muhammad's having to go fight once again, like every day. Muhammad says, continue stream and honor heroes. Bye, everyone. We sure will, Muhammad. Thank you. Bye, Muhammad. Christian says, take care, Muhammad. Absolutely. Be safe. Vincent, get good luck. Get as many as you can. Absolutely. We're dealing with a person who's led a whole life, 40 years of fighting. Baliga says, bye, take care, stay safe. White One says, soldiers never die, they just fade away, always in our hearts. Absolutely. And that's the thing that's scary, right? Is that, you know, uh, we're in a situation. Sorry, I was getting messages. People trying to talk to me about the situation. Um, it's scary because you see Muhammad and you're seeing these messages from him, and we're talking about the concept of what he's going through and how his people are trying to fight. We hear just a brief glimpse into his life and into the life of so many people who are there and who are fighting right now. But to a larger extent, that's just a drop in the ocean. That's a grain of sand, in all of the desert. That's nothing. There are so many people who are in his exact same situation or worse, who are actively dying, who are actively fighting, who are actively trying to do anything they can to give a little glimmer of hope to the people who are around them. We just heard Muhammad say right before he had to go off and fight that he was having to take care of a 5-year-old, a young child who was who was sad, trying to comfort them from what was happening. We need to raise awareness. We need to talk about Muhammad and his story, and to talk about the stories of all of the people who are dealing with and trying to fight back against the Taliban right now. There is resistance going on. There are people who are fighting. This is incredibly scary. Francisco says, hello, what's happening? It's good to see you, Francisco. Robert said, Muhammad is going to battle. Yes. Francisco said, this is something serious. Yes. Robert says, Francisco. Vincent said, yes. Robert said, Muhammad is fighting the Taliban. Yes, absolutely. Yesterday we had Muhammad come into our stream and talk to us about how he is in the Panjshir Province fighting against the Taliban and trying to keep his province free from Taliban control. He is one of only 3 provinces in Taliban out of the, I think 36 or 30, 39 provinces in Taliban in Afghanistan that aren't Taliban controlled completely. They're trying to fight back. They're trying to create a resistance, and the Northern Alliance, the group that he's a part of, is actively trying to push back. He said, just in this stream, he was taking um, taking, Taliban refugees in, people who were had lost their fight against uh, people like Muhammad and his group of fighters, that they fled to them and that they, were offered safety, and housing, and support, and that those Taliban fighters, two of them who now live with Muhammad, are actively fighting back uh, against the Taliban with him. I'm sure him and those other fighters are now having to go out. He said his group is something 50 strong at its peak, are having to now go out and fight the Taliban actively. He just left the stream to go and fight. He said he may not come back. This is scary. This is an issue. This is something that I don't think any of us who aren't experiencing that will ever understand. But it's something that we need to remind people about. It's something that we need to talk about. And as micronations, we need to be able to stand up. If we're going to say, we're pursuing the rights of our citizens, if we're saying we're, trying to create this better world and trying to bring about some positive light to things, this is it. This is where determine your mettle, what you're made of. This is where you figure out whether you're going to be somebody who's actually trying to make a change and make a difference or not. Are you going to about these things? Are you going to share these things? Are you going to talk to people in your life about what's happening and try to make them not forget that there are people who are actively still fighting and suffering in these places? Um, uh, White One says, AP, read what I said at 4:39. Sorry about that. White One says, though no one can go back and make a brand new start, anyone can start from now and make a brand new ending for their life. Agreed. Agreed. That's well said, White One. I think that's what Muhammad is trying to do. He's trying to make uh, he's trying to use all of the resources at his disposal to make the happiest possible ending for his community to continue their fight, to make sure that people are as free as possible, to make sure that they have as much opportunity to um, be okay as possible. Our thoughts are with Muhammad, and I'm very, very concerned for his safety and well-being. If Muhammad passes, not only will he have been doing that, fighting for his people, but fighting for all of Afghanistan, for all of the people who were clinging to planes, that took off from American air bases there in Bagram and, fell off of the planes trying to hope for some future that would be better for their families and for their children. Um, it's terrible and it's scary, and you know people people don't want to think about this. We focus on news story to news story to news story as it jumps around based on what's happening in the moment, and we forget to continue to check base with these people. The thing that's sad is if Muhammad passes, not only will we be losing just a great person in the world, somebody who's trying to fight for freedom and independence and for the right thing, and who's seen so much suffering and can teach us so much about the human condition, but on top of that, we would be losing one of our only sources of insight into what's actually happening on the ground. There are very few, if any, people who are brave enough to be willing to speak out and who are able to try to make a difference in this war, and in trying to let people know that there is still resistance. The Taliban says that there is no resistance, there is no one fighting back, they have full control, and that anyone who claiming to be a resistance fighter is really just an individual criminal who's going to be punished. It's a shame. It's a shame. And people like Muhammad are the only ones who are trying to get news out to Western media and other sources. around the world to let them know, hey, there are resistors, there are other people who are actively fighting and trying to do something. Francisco says, may Yahweh Almighty save them. Absolutely. Robert says, prayers for Afghanistan. Vincent said, guys, let's let AP catch up with comments. I appreciate it, Vincent. Robert says, pray Muhammad stays on this mortal plane and God, and with God Almighty as his guide, go to the kingdom. Agreed. Vincent said, so can we hold off on commenting until he gets caught up? I appreciate it, Vincent. Francisco says, my father fought in Croatia in the 1990s. He knows that feeling, I think. Absolutely. Um, Robert says, wow, I was shot at one time. Francisco says, my father was shot 3 times. One time he was hit in the head. That's scary. Christian says, Muhammad's life is a stark reminder that war is not glamorous and it's not something we nations should ever strive for. Further, it's a reminder that peace should never be taken for granted. Absolutely. That's one of the things that really drives me up a wall. Muhammad has not, known about micronations for very long. He knows about what I told him and what we talked about in the last stream, and a little bit on Discord, but very, very briefly. Um, uh, that being the case, he doesn't know about things like micronational war and what silly things people do and claim in these Discord servers and in these little community chat rooms, but and in the Reddit and stuff. I imagine if he heard that, he would feel such disgust. He would laugh in just the sheer ignorance that context brings about. Oh, you're playing pretend at war. You have such a lavish and good life, and such a lack of fear for your own safety that you can play pretend at war. He's never had the opportunity to be away from war, and to play pretend at living a normal life, much less to have such a normal and such a protected and sheltered life that he can play pretend at war. I think that would be absolutely disgusting to him, because when he hears the word war, he is seeing his family members be killed. He's seeing, himself from 13 years old having to fight. This is shameful to the micronational community to be faced with someone who is telling us, no, I'm really suffering under a war. I really need people to come and actually talk about and raise awareness for my situation. Honor these fighters, honor these members' names, honor these people who are trying to stand up for freedom and justice and for the little guy, for women and children, innocent people, civilians. He's saying, and he's a civilian himself going and having to fight just because he's the only one left. Saying, he's one of the only ones left. Saying, please just tell people about this. And that's what I have to implore you all to do. Tell people his story. Continue to make it known that he was here today and that he was here yesterday, and that we learned his story and that we continue to spread his story. When you see people talk about micronational war, show them how ridiculous and insulting that is. When people try to use that as clickbait for their videos, to tell them that that's not okay. When you see micronations squabbling and bickering about little tiny issues and problems that they're having, uh, remind them of the bigger picture. And more importantly than that, speak about Muhammad. Speak about these resistance fighters. Speak about that there is an ongoing, rebellion in Afghanistan, for people trying to maintain these free provinces, one of which being in Panjshir. Please, please, please do not let people forget it. Tell more people. Again, post it on your social media if you possibly can, anywhere and everywhere that you can try to get traction for. Again, this video, which has Muhammad's direct words in it, from messages that he sent us, as well as the talking about the concept in general of Afghanistan resistance fighters, about the Northern Alliance, about the people who are continuing to do this fight. You talk about being a part of history, you know what I mean, and making a moment in history. You as micronationalists, and myself as a micronationalist, we like to think that we're going to be a part of a big moment in history and a big change in history. This is that. There are people who are actively martyrs for their causes in other countries, people who are actively suffering under brutal regimes and are doing heroic acts, the likes of which many of us could never even hope to fathom the strength necessary to achieve, and they're doing it on a daily basis. Watching their families get destroyed around them, we we cannot hope to push in the way that they do. We can only hope to remember them and to push to get their stories heard more, to signal boost them, to have their voices be louder and stronger, and to make it known that this is an important part of the history books. This has to be a moment that people remember. These won't be learned about by children. Muhammad's name will not be recited in a history book unless we make sure that it is, unless people remember that there was in 2022 active resistance in Panjshir Province against the Taliban. There were good people who stood up and tried to save their friends and families and communities, even in the wake of an earthquake, even in the wake of constant bombing, constant attacking. They were there and they did something even when no one helped them, when they had no allies, when they had no support. They stood up against an entire country who armed with an entire terrorist organization controlling a country armed with US military equipment, and they fought back. And for a long time, they won. They're continuing to try and survive. They're continuing to try and do everything that they can to gain, not only to gain an inch of ground, but just to stop losing ground, to make sure that they're resupplied, to make sure that they're taken care of. Do not forget these heroes' names, like Muhammad said. It's a bloody war. It's never going to be easy on any side to justify killing, but these people are trying to protect their families. They're not going out to other places like these Taliban fighters are, going into other people's homes and attacking them and killing them. They're trying to defend their own people. They're up in the mountains trying to stay away from everyone else who is under Taliban control. And the Taliban are coming out of their way, driving into the desert, driving into the mountains to come and attack them, shooting at them from Bagram Air Force Base. Sending artillery their way. This is, it's shameful. And stories like Muhammad are stories like Muhammad's are one of the most inspiring things I've heard in a long time. We got to talk, fortunately, to some people as well in previous streams during the invasion of Ukraine who were civilians trying to escape Ukraine. That was something in and of itself that was absolutely wild to hear. I think the person we were talking to was like 16 or 17 years old and talking about how he and his family were trying to escape to different countries in Europe in the hopes that they could find safe passage out of the war zone. Trying to get into, if I remember correctly, trying to get into Poland to try and just escape the brutal attacks on Ukraine. And this is happening in much the same way in Afghanistan, except there is no aid. There is no way out. There aren't people smuggling them and trying to, find solutions for them to be okay. They are encircled. They are surrounded. They're trapped. They're not getting more supplies. They're not getting more aid. And they're just fighting with everything they have to maintain what little they have. They're just trying to hold on to any semblance of security, of not even safety, but just the bare minimum freedoms to be able to be who they are and to be able to live comfortably with their families and not have people taken up in the middle of the night and disappeared and no one knows what happened to them, but it's just the way the law works. They're trying to be different. They're trying to pursue all the values that we in Western societies take for granted, like freedom of speech, like the ability to live and eat and work and to marry who you want and to to practice the religion that you want and to be from a certain ethnic group. Just basic human rights. They're trying to attain and maintain basic human rights. and they're getting that stolen from them every day. They only have so many people. And sure, they're taking out a lot of the Taliban. They're actively fighting and holding their own against a lot of the Taliban. If you've ever seen the movie 300, or heard the story of the 300 Spartans versus the Persian army, the 300 held their own against many, many, many Persians. And that's an incredible feat. I think there are many parallels here. But the Persians had overwhelming force. That's the sad thing. The story of 300 does not have a happy ending. It is not one that ends with, the 300, pushing back and taking over the whole Persian army. No, they just get wave after wave after wave of Persians thrown at them, many of whom they kill and take down many with them. But at the end of the day, they succumb because they're just overwhelmed. I think that's a similar situation here, where sure, their ability to fight back is astounding, even with a better trained, better equipped, better funded, not even military, just fighting group, militia group, going after them and pursuing them, and yet they're able to hold their own with like 1970s Kalashnikovs in the mountains, and yet even still, every single time that they have a raid and they get attacked, and one person from their fighting group gets injured, that's a huge blow. That's a person that they've lost. That they don't have a resupply of people. They don't have a resupply of equipment. Anytime someone has to go out to try to get food or supplies and they don't come back, that person's gone. Their supplies, their resources, their money is gone. And so all they can do is just try and try to keep fighting as they are continuing to get worn down and dwindled down to bare bones. We need to honor these people. We need to think about very carefully what it means to live the lives that we live in such fortune and in such comfort, that we can sit here and listen to the stories of those people who are actively suffering and dying at the hands of brutal, tyrannical governments. And as well, it gives us an opportunity as micronationalists to make that statement, to actually do something that is a larger, more impactful effect on somebody around the world right now. This is not something you need a ton of land or money or power to develop. This is you speaking as a leader to represent what you feel like is right in the world, what you feel like your people would want to see change. This is your opportunity to remember people like Muhammad and people like the Northern Alliance who are fighting back against the Taliban right now. This is your chance. White One says you must be the change in the world in order to see the world you want it to be. Agreed. Robert says, yes, these movies and games make it look cool, but no one tells the story of Muhammad low on food and seeing war crimes every day in his besieged province. Absolutely. Robert says, it's just crazy the glorification of wars. Agreed. Francisco says, and I'm not happy that I have 290 euros a month. Agreed. And that's rough. Again, we talked about this earlier in the stream. Every single place. Here in the U.S., there are plenty of injustices that happen. In Serbia, there are plenty of injustices that happen. And all of this is a real struggle. All of that is valid. All of those are completely reasonable to be upset about and to want change in. But you're not going to be able to get, the people around you to support local change if you can't get them to agree to be thinking about the horrors that are happening in much worse regard in places like Afghanistan, where people are getting beheaded in the street. It's a problem. White One says, although I do, quote, play pretend in war, but it still gets hurt when you get shot with a BB gun during airsoft battles. Robert says, and I'm getting upset about gas. Absolutely. And those are reasonable. Those affect your life. But it's also important to think about these other people. White One says, I also disbanded the White Wind Army, so now I'm spending $30 on the Royal Guard. That's good, though. Disband your army. Don't fight. There's no reason to. The sentiment is why your video, quote, on, quote, micronational war is to date my favorite, Emperor AP. Thank you very much, Christian. I appreciate it, and that means a lot. again, I'm trying to push forward. I'm trying to make better and better content as well. If you guys are interested, let me know what you think about our edited content from Vitae, our newest territory, our land development that we're trying to make residential for providing free housing to our citizens, if they so choose to do so. Um, the um, the difficulty that we're having is in trying to reach the 4,000 watch time hours that we need to start making money with the channel. I'm really wanting to put as much as we can into, interacting with the community, sharing stories like Muhammad's, and being here with you all. One, because it helps our watch time hours, but two, because it allows us the most ability to engage live with people. It allows us the most opportunity, not to just talk about one topic that a few people might see and share around a little bit, but to really have hours of discussion, to really have in-depth dives into stuff that I would not be able to handle if I were trying to edit it all. So content would come out really slowly and just fractions at a time. I'm trying to do more edited content, but you'll have to let me know how you feel about it, and what I can improve, what I can change. Robert says, like those games are so cool. Hop in, shoot Nazis, yell boom, Shenka, shakalaka, not Muhammad's story. I so casually write about fictional wars in my head without knowing the reality. Absolutely, Robert. Vincent said, I haven't finished that video, so if Muhammad doesn't make it back, we can bring it we can make it memorial to bring awareness to the situation in Afghanistan. Agreed. That's why, you asked me about it being like 2 or 3 minutes. Make it as long as you can, Vincent. I know, it's difficult. Editing sucks. It takes a long time. If you create the video and we need to make it longer and I need to do some of that, I will, but I'm trying to do as much as I can here to improve the situation and allow us to be able to start making more money. So I feel quite booked. But if necessary for this, I'll set some other things aside and I'll help to take that over just because I really want it to be done well. I really want to make sure that Muhammad's story gets out there and that more people get to know about him and hear what it is that are the most important highlights of that story. So even if it is ending up being 2 or 3 minutes, really make sure that you well describe his story. Make sure that a lot of the things that are that I said on stream and that are engaging parts of his story are said and are heard, the most critical parts. Robert says Muhammad 2022, like Coney 2012, but a wonderful person instead of somebody that we're seeking. Francisco said, I have a suggestion about that video. Put some footage of the Northern Alliance from the 1990s. Those really show bravery of those people. Absolutely. Robert says, agreed. Vincent said, I wonder if Muhammad ever told others that people in the West are hearing their story. I hope so. I hope they continue to know that. Robert says, Muhammad 2022. White Wind says, what's sad? We trained the Taliban. 100%. Francisco says, and in the end, put the anthem of the Northern Alliance, Kala Ya Islam, Khalib Asia. White Wind says the USA trained the Taliban. They did. Robert says, yes, I'm going to iMovie right now. I made the title card. Hey, very cool. Thank you. Robert says, in screenshotting messages from Muhammad. Thank you very much, Robert. If you can help as well. Yes, that would mean a lot. So if we want to if you want to make videos about it as well, Robert, please do and send it to us. We will make several posts about it and we'll upload as many videos as we can. Vincent says Robert, me and AP are making videos about it as well. Waitland says let AP catch up. He's really far back. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'm getting closer. Robert says okay, I screenshotted and added those messages. Thank you. Whiteland says, when I am like 22, 23, I'm going to make a decision, I think, of if I'm going to disband the Empire of White Wind and join Eternia to live in the land and develop it with Eternia, with other Eternians. That would mean a lot, Whiteland. I know that's tough. If you feel like developing White Wind is what you need to do, I'm all for that, and I respect that. You've been working at it for a long time. But I would say the opportunity that we have here with Eternia is rare, and it's something that I want to push for with all my heart. There are people that we represent who need our help. And so the more that we can do every day to let them know that we're here, to let them know that we are making bigger and better moves toward their benefit, and to get them to a better place in life is crucial. The more that we can do, the better we can grow. The better we can grow, the more that we can help those people. So, White Wind, your support is huge always to us, but especially moving forward and learning about stories like Muhammad's, learning about stories of other people who are becoming citizens and who are trying to, help Eternia to grow and develop. It's necessary. We need people like you, White Wind. We really do. Maki says, AP, could you check your Discord DMs after the live stream? I sure will. Maki's White One says, Maki, he is right now on Discord on his PC. Yes, absolutely. I'm here. Let me check. Yep, I'm here. I'm in the I don't have I don't have any new messages or notifications, but I do see Robbie typing. Robbie, I did accept your friend request, by the way. Um, but yeah, I just think this is a super, super critical moment, not only for us as a micronation, you know what I mean, to continue to spread awareness about other injustices and other things that are happening in the world, but also for micronations to be able to learn about what it means to be representative and to be active and to be political. We talked the other day about why it's so important that micronations do discuss their politics. This is why. If nobody's going to stand up and talk about the injustices in Afghanistan, those voices are not going to be heard. If we're not going to stand up and talk about the problems that are happening in the United States, we're not going to be able to make change. We have to continue to develop it. Baliga says, is Muhammad okay? Francisco says, he hasn't responded. Nothing. Nope. Last time we talked to him, he said he was going to fight and that he may not come back. So we need to share his message. We need to spread this around, and we need to honor the people who, like Muhammad, have died trying to push back and resist the Taliban. He's just one person of plenty who are still out there actively trying to fight, doing everything they can to scrape together any meaningful resemblance of a life that is free of Taliban rule. And it's hard. They're losing children, they're losing family, they're losing mothers and daughters, and uh, you know, they're losing themselves in this a lot of the time. They're sacrificing who they are just to try and make a better future for the people that they care about. It's going to be endless. But the more that we can raise awareness for it, the more that we can talk about it, the more that we can remember it, the more that it will help to make sure that injustices like that are held accountable in the future, and the more that we can try to provide benefit to get these words to the right ears to do more than we can. Let's continue to shake the nest. Let's continue to do more and more and more until people cannot ignore us anymore, to where people have to listen and understand why it's so important about this issue, and not just about this issue, that this issue is one domino in a whole list of dominoes that need to come toppling down for things to truly be changing, to truly make a difference. There's a lot of chaos and a lot of problems in the world, and we can fix it, but we can't fix it by just sitting here. We have to do something. The way that I'm doing something is by speaking out and trying to tell you all about this, trying to show you people like Muhammad, who I was lucky enough to meet, and who's, through you all supporting the stream and helping us, have made us be able to encounter. Like I said, he said he ran into a stream because it was recommended to him. In the middle of Afghanistan, in the middle of a war, it was recommended to him. Our channel, our little micronational community hit him in his home country, and he connected to it. That's what those likes mean. When you come in here and you like the video, that's what that actually does. It shares it around. The YouTube algorithm says, hey, more people like this. Hey, this is, we need to get it out there to people. So please, please continue that. Sure, we're not 100,000 strong. Sure, we don't have millions of dollars, but that's not what we need right now. We're going to get it one day, and we're going to be doing incredible things when that happens. But every day before that, we're going to be pushing for people like Muhammad so that we can start to make a difference, so that we can start to raise awareness. so that we can start to limit the injustices that are happening there and here, trying to bring together groups of people all over the world who believe in the same concepts. That's what micronationalism is about, right? Going across borders, going across geographic boundaries, going across political, religious, and social divides to say that we are people and to say that we have common ways that we want to live and that we're going to push until we get those. Speak out, stand up, and do your part. Be a leader in your micronation and tell your people why it is so important to remember people like Muhammad. Maki says, my Discord name is Jan3Sabisky. I'll hit you up, Maki. Vincent said, making a video about Muhammad and making a memorial section. Thank you very much, Vincent. That means a lot. Benjamin said, okay, I hope he's good. Whiteland said, there's a fake me on your Discord server, BTW. Hold up. Muhammad said he's alive. Oh my goodness. Okay. There's a fake name for me on your Discord. I haven't been in Discord in months. If you hear from uh, me, they're fake. Okay. Muhammad said he's alive. Thank goodness, Muhammad. Okay. Okay. Muhammad, I'm glad you're okay. I. Oh man. Okay, I was straight up getting passionate on here, being like, "Don't you forget these people who are doing this. Even still, don't forget them." But oh my goodness, Muhammad's alive. Okay, thank you. Oh wow. Um, Robert says what? Muhammad says, uh, Ahad Allahud Mila. Agreed, Muhammad. I'm so glad you're safe. Baliga says, glad you're safe. Robert says, what happened, Muhammad? Vincent said, he's alive! Yeah! Whiteman says, glad you're safe, Muhammad. Were you injured or were any of you injured or killed? Robert says, wow, so how many Talibs were out there? Vincent said, we were going to make a memorial section in the video to bring awareness of the situation. Robert said, and did you win the battle? Did you have to retreat? Muhammad said, most of them fled like cowards. I'm glad. I'm glad, Muhammad. Whiteman says, if he had to retreat, he wouldn't be on the stream. Robert said they fled. Um, um, Robert says, ha. Muhammad says, my phone. Christian said, Muhammad, it's a huge relief to hear from you again on stream. 100% agree. Vincent said, yeah. Vincent said, if you were about to make, we were about to make memorials for you. Um, oh my goodness. Benjamin said, hi, AP, I'm now Speaker of Unity. Congratulations, Benjamin. Muhammad said, but my friend, my best friend, Idris, has been killed. I'm sorry to hear about the loss of Idris. I, uh, I, wow. Um, that's rough. I don't know exactly what to say other than that I'm sorry for your loss. Can you tell us some about Idris? Idris says, I just couldn't stay there and watch his dead body. I just came back home. I understand. Um, will people from your community take care of his body and give him a burial? Robert says, "Rip." Robert says, "So the Taliban didn't win. I thought they did. They didn't. The Taliban have taken over the rest of the country, but they haven't gotten to Muhammad and his family yet." Benjamin says, "Sorry for your loss." Benjamin says, "Other Benjamin says, rest in peace." Christian says, "Our sincerest condolences, Muhammad. I am without words for such a horrific loss." Agreed. Um, I think the more that we hear about loss in the stream and the death toll that's occurring, we uh, we start to feel a little bit desensitized from it. You know, we're starting to um, not fully understand. I don't think we've ever understood, but it, it's sobering to continue to hear that and to continue to have that brought up. I would say, Mohammed, can you tell us a little bit about Idris, about your friend, what he liked, what made him happy, um, um, what who he was as a person, so that we can remember him properly? Uh, Robert says, I'm saving my previous question for later. Sounds good, Robert. Muhammad says, Dear Allah, hold on, another crying child. Thank you, Muhammad. Go take care of your people. We're here. We're here. This is wild. This is wild. We're talking to someone who's living through a moment in history. And we're watching it across the screen. This is it. If you want to know what kind of power the internet has to make change, this is it. Vincent says Allah has taken him to a better place. Whitewind says it's crazy how once the Russo-Ukrainian war happened, the Taliban took over Kabul, people forgot about that war. Absolutely. Robert says, what I might ask Muhammad when he comes back will probably hurt him to his core, but I really want to know. Robert, send it to me on Discord. Just send it to me on Discord. If you feel like it's like an upsetting thing, don't mess with somebody on the street. You know what I mean? I don't think you're doing it on purpose, but just shoot me a message. It doesn't have to be anything. You know, I wouldn't. This is something that's serious that's going on right now. Thank you for messaging me, Robbie. I imagine not. No. No, I'm sure he would tell us. Robbie's asking, uh, goodness, about stuff. No, Robbie, to answer your question, no, they probably don't. I feel like that would be something that would be mentioned. I think he would tell us. Muhammad says, okay, I'm back. I comforted him. His mom came crying too. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Is he injured? Is his mother injured? Is Are you taking care of Idris's family? Is that who that is? Is that Idris's family? Um, and can you tell us about Idris? I want to be able to remember him properly, and I want to be able um, to know about the man that was just lost, um, so that people can know who it was behind the name, behind that fight, who the person was, what he enjoyed. Muhammad says, I gave them 500 Afghanis to help them. That's good. That's good, Muhammad. Thank you for being such a generous person and, and leading your people. Muhammad says his arm is really badly injured. I won't go into details. The baby? Oh my goodness. That's at least 2 deaths, and one of them being a child, and another child injured. Uh, at least one other child injured, potentially 2 or 3 other children injured in Muhammad's town in Panjshir right now, from today alone. And Taliban are ruthless. It's horrible. Vincent said, AP, is there a way we can make articles for all of Western news to read? The best way that we can do that is to, signal boost, to, like you're talking about, Vincent, to let people know, to make them aware. The thought that I had originally was to reach out to different news sources so that they could speak to Muhammad, but he's not comfortable with that and has asked us to respect his wishes in not discussing that so as not to potentially reveal their location to the Taliban or to reveal any identities to the Taliban. So that being the case, I think the best thing that we can do is to try to let people know that we have had this experience on stream with him. We need to tell him that we need to show Muhammad that we are listening and that we are trying to raise awareness. We need to talk to other micronations and tell them to pay attention to this. We need to get other micronations to write about this and talk about this. Yes, we need to make articles, we need to make videos, we need to do everything we can on every social media we can to try and bring traction to it and get it shared around. Muhammad said, Idris, we went to school together, we helped each other, we were fighting together since 1999. Oh my goodness. Since you lost your father. For 22 years, they were friends. Imagine losing your best friend of 22 years. That's horrific. Muhammad, I'm so sorry. Yes, absolutely. Uh, we will pray for him. We have to do something. We can't stay silent. We have to talk about this. We have to make it known. Vincent said it's horrific. Muhammad said, if you already make articles, don't mention me, but please don't. Just don't make any articles. Keep it low for now. We will, Muhammad. We will respect your opinion. We will respect your wishes. The only thing that we have done is try to promote this stream and tell people to listen to your story. We haven't tried to send out any articles or tell newspapers or anything like that. We're just trying to listen to you and to hear what's happening. This is rough. This is scary. We need to respect Muhammad's wishes and not, you know, we can talk about the stream. We can, talk about, trying to get people to listen to his story, but don't go telling people, Muhammad says, when I feel that we should do that, I will contact you. Thank you, Muhammad. Please do. Muhammad said, also, leadership of Northern Alliance doesn't allow that. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you, Muhammad. We will absolutely. Uh, uh, Muhammad said, "Don't delete the tweets, Benjamin. Don't stop talking about this issue. Continue to talk about it. Just don't say his name, and that's what we're doing. We are going to try our best uh, to uh, to try to promote what it is that you're doing um, without revealing information. We want people to know your story. We want people to know that there are people fighting. People in the U.S. are ignorant, and they don't even know, that there are resistances ongoing, that there are fights ongoing. We want to spread awareness, but we want to do so with respect to you in every way that we can. Muhammad said, "What the? What's going on, Muhammad? Is everything okay?" Muhammad said they sent a tank. Oh my God, Muhammad, are you okay? Oh my God. I assume Muhammad's having to leave the stream if he's getting attacked. I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about what's happening. Robert says, OMG, Taliban with tanks. Baliga says, are you good? Vincent says, was it an M1 Abrams? I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's something. Oh my goodness. Muhammad says, I'm hiding now. Oh my goodness. Muhammad, we're with you. We're thinking of you. Please be safe. Please do everything you can to stay alive for your people. Singular, Robert. Robert's asking, is it multiple tanks or one tank? One tank, Robert, still. Muhammad says they're taking women. Oh my goodness. Muhammad, please be careful. Vincent said, oh Lord. Muhammad said singular. Robert says taking women. Muhammad said I have to save them. Muhammad, are you fighting? What's happening? Are you able to fight? Are you outnumbered? Can you fight? Baliga says stay safe. Vincent says save them. I agree. Stay safe, Muhammad. Do what you can to stay safe. I'm. Muhammad said there are 30 or 40 of them at least. Muhammad, please be careful. Muhammad says I cannot. I am not a coward. I know you're not. I understand you needing to do what you must, but oh my goodness. Vincent said, "Why bring such a large force? Because of the because of the earthquake, because they're they're devastated right now." Robert says 30 or 40 Talibs are women. So Taliban. The Taliban have done a large-scale invasion of Panjshir. Muhammad said, "Dear Lord, they're going into houses." Muhammad says, "I'm going to the basement." Muhammad, please, please be careful. Muhammad says, "And hide in the safe room my father built with my family." I think that's important, Muhammad. Please, please be careful. You need to survive so that you can continue to protect the people who are left. You need to be able to be there for your people. Continue to carry on. Teach them. Robert says the Talibs have sworn an oath no man in Panjshir will be alive. Oh my goodness. Muhammad said they killed a child. I just heard a mother scream. Says Muhammad. I feel useless. We're hearing people's lives get torn apart. Muhammad says she's been taken. Yeah. Yeah. Muhammad, are you safe? Vincent said don't read this. He put a whole bunch of stuff in. Yeah, I understand, Vincent. I understand. I'm just as mad. This is horrible. Robert said Texas against Taliban. Yeah. I just I want to see if Muhammad's okay. Muhammad said, "My Lord." Muhammad, can you tell us anything else? Are you okay? What's happening? Muhammad said, "Child is still alive. We'll be back soon." Okay, Muhammad. Please be careful. Please let us know. Please be safe. Please, please, please be safe. This is a person who is being an EMT and a firefighter and a soldier all at once. This is insane. Hates it.
Hey, what?
Muhammad's village is getting raided. Um, so he told us, one, there was an earthquake this morning that was worse, the most of it hit in Panjshir Province where he was at. So in addition to already running out of oil and firearms and ammunition, they were also hit by this earthquake. So that messed up a lot of stuff. Um, from there, he there were several times throughout the stream where he told us that he was being attacked and that they were fighting back. Um, the first time, I think he said it was maybe one or two people, and then it was a group, and he said that they retreated, but that they had killed a child, and that they killed his best friend, his friend of like 22 years. And he said he just like went home because he didn't like want to see his friend's body. He didn't want to watch it. And then just a minute ago, he said that they brought a tank in and that they had like 40 people that were raiding his village and going into people's homes, and that they were shooting children, and that there were mothers screaming. It's horrible. And he's hiding. So we're waiting. And we're hoping to see that he's okay. Benjamin said he has to go to sleep now. That's alright, Benjamin. I understand. I hope you have a good night. Everybody's hoping Muhammad's okay. Thank you for your support, Benjamin. And again, please just keep promoting the message. Benjamin said, sorry if it's disrespectful. Not at all. I understand. And I think Muhammad understands as well. Just please keep that message alive. Robert says, pray Muhammad. Absolutely. And if you're religious, pray for Muhammad. Oh, goodness. Dude, this is so terrible.
Yeah?
It just feels weird that there's like nothing to do. You always, I mean, in the last couple streams, people have been like messaging him and being like, oh, well, you could try this or try that or whatever. And it's just, we don't understand. I think we always like to think that, if you can just be smart enough or, quick enough or skilled enough or whatever, that you can get your way out of situations.
Yeah, that's the movie magic into your head.
Yeah. And sometimes you just can't. Muhammad said, Robert said, I stand with Panjshir on all my profiles. Agreed. Thank you, Robert. Muhammad said, this is Muhammad's brother, Hassan. He left me his phone. Hassan, what's going on? Thank you for being here. Can you tell us what's happening? Is Muhammad okay? Are you okay? What's going on? Muhammad said also, excuse me, Hassan said also my English is not good. That's okay. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for talking to us. Can you tell me what happened? Muhammad said I haven't heard anything. Okay. I want you to know that we're here and that we really appreciate your brother and him telling us his story and your story. Muhammad said, Hassan said someone's coming. Okay. Manu said, be careful. Absolutely. We're with you, Hassan, and we're with Muhammad as well. Muhammad said he's back. I will not talk about anything that happened because it's too horrific. I'm sorry, Muhammad. Are you still getting attacked? What did they leave? Is your uh, Vincent said, is your brother okay? I think we're talking to Muhammad again, Vincent. Muhammad said bombs are falling like never before, like rain. I'm sorry, Muhammad. Do you have yourself and your family safe? I know you said your brother is with you. Vincent said, AP, I'd hug you, man. Me and you feel torn up about it. Yeah, I think everyone in the stream is is feeling the same way. I would hug you as well, Vincent. I appreciate your support. This is awful. Robert said, my women. Muhammad said it's gone. I don't know. I guess they left. I guess they retreated. But goodness, are you still hiding? Are you with your family? Uh, Robert says in the 40 leaves. Muhammad said, I don't know. They went in the direction of Kabul. See you guys. I'm sorry that things are so awful. Vincent said this is a full assault on your village. Absolutely. Ryan said, I just joined the stream 10 minutes ago. Muhammad's village was attacked. There was, it seems like a lot of death, a lot of kidnapping, a lot of bombing. And we're worried. Robert, no, that's Robert asked about paratrooper. That's probably not likely. I will say, Muhammad, I hope you and your family are okay. I know you're with your brother. We're thinking about you. I hope your village is okay. Muhammad said, I hope not. I would doubt it. Muhammad said, I really hope. Manu said, please tell me they're leaving. I hope so. I would like to think so. Um, Muhammad, are you still in the basement? What's happening?
I wanted to show you a funny video earlier,
Yeah.
but I'll just show you later.
Thank
It
you.
was more appropriate.
Yeah, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Tiff. Let's see. Muhammad said they left. Okay. They left. So they attacked, they left. How is how's your town? How's your village? Um, how many people are left? Muhammad said reinforcements are coming. I see our flags. Northern Alliance flags. Good. I'm glad. Damn. Vincent says, yo, yeah, it's good to hear that they're coming to help. It's just terrible. They got there after the attacks. I just Muhammad says I don't trust them. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Manu says I think I've developed some sort of inability to process things like crisis and death. It's definitely concerning. Uh, Robert says don't trust the reinforcements. Yeah, agreed. You never know. It could be a means of pulling more people out. Um, how will you know? Do you just stay hidden? Are you staying hidden? Manu says stay safe. Yes, absolutely. Please stay safe. Robert says you think they might surround the village? Maybe. I know I'm not doing a lot of talking. I'm in shock. I'm trying to understand what's happening as Muhammad messages us. Mana says maybe I just don't really feel like that when it's told to me. Feel things like that when it's told to me. I understand. Um, on the other side of the screen, I don't think we can all really understand to a full extent what's happening. It's mind numbing. You don't get it. I don't get it. I'm trying to though. I'm trying to understand. Muhammad said, "Holy Allah, they are ours." That's good. That's good, Muhammad. Okay. Nate said the earthquake in Panjshir was on my local news. God be with you, Muhammad. I hope everyone is safe. Thank you, Nate, for joining. Um, yeah, I think that's the concern right now. Nate, Muhammad's village was just raided and attacked. Let's see. Manu says, is that Muhammad or Hassan? I believe it's Muhammad. Manu. Muhammad is the one talking, from my understanding. Muhammad said they have Abdullah with them. Uh, Abdullah? Your friend? Your friend Abdullah? Who left to go to uh, who left to go toward the capital? Vincent said Muhammad. Robert said Abdullah, the leader of the alliance. Oh, interesting. Congrats. That's amazing. Oh my goodness. So you have sincere reinforcements now. Muhammad said, my friend I talked about. Yeah, absolutely. That's wonderful. Is he doing well? Uh, Muhammad said he went to Mazar-e-Sharif. So let's look. Is Mazar-e-Sharif another part of the Northern Alliance? Muhammad said leader is Ahmad Massoud. Makes sense. I appreciate you correcting us, Muhammad. Thank you. Um, Goodness. Is Mazar-e-Sharif controlled by the Taliban? Also, if you need to go be with your friend, I understand, Muhammad. Robert says, Nate says, I don't know what to say about that. Muhammad, Allah is with you and the people of your village. He will guide your country through this tragedy. Agreed. Thank you, Nate. Muhammad said, sadly, it is controlled. I'm sorry to hear that, Muhammad. Um, I I would love to learn more. Muhammad said they have uh, plenty of gas, food, and water. That's great. Muhammad said he is with me here. Hello, Abdullah. It's good to see you. Uh, your friend is wonderful, and he's told us good things about you. Um, I'm so sorry to hear about the attack on the village, and I'm trying to learn more. We're trying to spread awareness about what's happening, and if there's anything that we can do, please let us know. Muhammad said no, Mazar-e-Sharif is controlled. Robert says, what do you mean sadly it's controlled? Yeah. Vincent said, did you tell him about how about the Westerners you're reaching out to? That's a great question. It says he's with them, so they're hopefully spending time together. That's good. I'm glad. His friend is with him. So they had reinforcements that came, and he was worried about who they might be. They might not be legitimate. And
your friend said I'd be back.
Yep, and he's back. It's Abdullah. Abdullah, like we had a professor one time named Abdullah.
You did.
So did you?
For what class?
Physics too.
I
wasn't gonna say his last name. His first name is that.
Oh, I didn't know that
Yeah.
was his first name.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say his last name.
Wait,
but yeah.
But I thought he was Egyptian.
Yep.
Yeah.
He is. They're just common
Middle
Muslim
Eastern
name.
kind of name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Muhammad says he was kidnapped by the Taliban, but then he was released by some miracle. Congratulations. So he escaped. That's amazing. Wow. That's good.
Pulling out your heartstrings.
For sure. Yes. This is crazy.
Real life's crazy.
It is crazy. Ah.
Getting lucky.
Yes.
Hopefully he stays lucky.
Absolutely. Robert, I definitely appreciate it. Message me when you can and tell me your story. But Muhammad, I'm glad that your village has gotten some much needed supplies and resources. Um, I wanted to ask you, has he brought people who are coming there to stay? Has he been able to connect with any of the rest of I think Muhammad's kind of making fun of Robert there. Robert said, my friend joined the Taliban in 2017. Muhammad said, yeah, he joined it in a parallel universe. That's funny, Muhammad.
Manu says what? Manu is
Yeah.
confused.
Yeah, I think Muhammad's joking at Robert. Um,
What's what you need? Like
Yeah.
if they're chilling out now.
yeah.
So, alright, that was scary. Just try to balance yourself out and calm down a little bit.
Yeah, Muhammad said, I'm talking to Robert. No, I definitely appreciate that, Muhammad. So the people that came, your friend Abdullah, are they have they connected to the rest of the Northern Alliance? Uh-oh. Muhammad said he has not so good news. One of the three provinces has fallen. That's awful. I'm sorry to hear that. Which of the three provinces? If he was near Mazi Sharif, it's in the north, so potentially Mazi Sharif is a city, so
All these swirls.
yeah. I'm trying to look at a map as we talk. Um, Ryan says, if true, why would the friend join the Taliban?
That building's cool.
Weird.
Maybe that building's cool.
Mm-hmm. The mosque, yeah, absolutely.
I like the blue.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Did I drop a ping? I didn't even drop a ping.
Yep. Shrine of Hazrat Ali. Built in the 1400s, this famous blue-tiled mosque is a burial site of notable Afghan leaders. Iconic landmark and place of worship. Yeah. Robert said he decided to join the Taliban, which he saw liberating against Western influences. Gross. I mean, the U.S. isn't great, but like, shouldn't join the Taliban either. Muhammad's hanging out with his friends, so I understand him being busy, but at a certain point, I would love to
He's
learn more about what
excited to
happened.
see his friend.
Oh, I would be too. Yeah, I wouldn't be on this stream if I were him at all. I'd be dipping, but damn. At least things are okay for right now. Relatively okay. Goodness. Muhammad said, province of Logar. Oh, thank you. So let me look it up. Logar, Afghanistan. Where's that? Oh, in the south. Okay. So a little bit below Kabul. Makes sense. Yeah, so that would have been hard for you all to connect to. His province is up here, just north of Kabul.
I think he passed on whatever caused you to have size 16.
Uh-oh. So cute. So yeah, here, and this one's down here. Yeah, I understand why it would have been so hard for you to connect to them. Robert says, didn't take care of it, died of sepsis fighting for Talibs on August 6, 2019. That's very sad. I'm sorry to hear that, Robert. Very sad. Sorry for your loss of your friend. Vincent said, Ryan, there was a British kid who joined the Taliban and wanted to go back to the UK, and UK told him to go pound sand. Makes sense. Robert said, TLDR, a Pan-African Islamic college student who was broken angry joined the Taliban and died for an infected wound. Yeah. Um, I think people don't understand all the time what they're going to fight for, and that sounds like a case of that, where he wasn't able to be taken care of, unfortunately. That's rough.
She was in the plane. That's why she came down here.
Yeah.
So she did yesterday too.
She wanted to spend time with you.
Yeah.
Are they getting ready for dinner and stuff? Do I need
No, she's preparing a dinner for the men's group tonight.
Gotcha. Okay.
So she's making it really so that Dad can take it with him.
Okay. Muhammad says he also told my sister is alive in prison in Kandahar. She was charged with abuse against men.
She's fighting back.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry that your sister is in prison in Kandahar. That's horrible. I imagine prison is absolutely awful. However, it's good that she's alive. It's good that she's doing okay. Hopefully, she'll be free soon too.
What was that journalist person that we watched before it got look at the beginning of the Taliban taken back over. She was going through the prisons and talking to people.
Oh, we were watching the Vice News. Okay.
Yeah, they were you're not supposed to talk to the prisoners.
Yeah.
As soon as she got thrown out.
Yeah. Yeah. There's an American reporter who was going through and filming in Taliban prisons. Vincent said, what? Ryan says, better anti-imperialists should oppose all empires and regimes, such as anarchists. Manu says, I don't call myself a supporter of imperialism, but I wouldn't join the Taliban in a billion trillion years. Makes sense. Muhammad says, yeah, I know, nothing surprises me anymore. I'm just glad that she's alive. Absolutely. Me too. Yeah, I think we all are. Vincent says, Ryan, aren't you a citizen of the Empire of Aeternia? Ryan is not a citizen of the Empire of Aeternia. He's just a friend. Nate says, not a fan of imperialism. I'm a Christian. So yeah, I'm not joining any of these groups. Makes sense.
And you just click the blue arrow, it goes away.
Ah, thank you, Tim.
That's what I've been doing. Yeah. You just click it and it goes away.
Yeah. Muhammad said, hold on. We will hold on for you, Muhammad. I just appreciate you. I'm not learning about all this. It makes me appreciate life. It makes me appreciate you.
Yeah, that's why everyone around here is so selfish and ungrateful. No one tries to even understand all the other stuff. Also, the U.S. just kind of tries to hide that from the citizens all the time. So it's yeah, you don't know how bad shit is.
Yeah, absolutely. To give a little bit of context, Tiffany's parents were in the military and served in Afghanistan.
Two times.
Two different tours. And
yeah.
So.
But they went at the same time, which is illegal to do because if either one of them
died.
But they both could have died at the same time, and then we would have been orphans. Yeah. And it's which is why you're not supposed to do that. But they sent them at the same time. I mean, they sent them to two different camps because they thought that made it okay. But it's no, military-wise, you're not supposed to send both parents at the same time.
Yep.
Because if both die, now your kids are just left.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it would have been alright, perhaps, but because my grandparents just would have took us in, but it still would have been
Absolutely.
But luckily, they both came back okay.
Oh no, Muhammad said they're back with 4 tanks now and many of them. I hope you're okay, Muhammad.
They're going to take over all the provinces.
Yep. They're trying to squash stuff.
Yeah.
Muhammad, be safe. Let us know that you and Abdullah are okay. If you can speak to us later, please do. I would love to hear from you again. And we're going to continue to talk about you and about your fight and about what's happening. Christian said, Primario's empire, in that we have an emperor and multiple ethnicities within our nation, but we're not imperialist. The threat of force should never be how nations expand. Agreed, Christian. Agreed. Okay. Just like that. Thank you all for being here. It's been a almost 5-hour stream. I've been lucky to be able to talk to Muhammad, to talk to you all, to be able to talk to his brother, to be able to hear about the safety of his friend Abdullah and his sister. We heard about the death of his friend Idris, and I think we're all trying to understand. So, again, I think the best thing that we can do right now is to please don't forget this. Share it. Talk about it. Tell people what is happening. Remind people that there are resistances all over Afghanistan. That they're small and that they're fallen, but they're there and they're fighting. We get to decide how much people remember this in history, and I think it needs to be known. I really, really do. Okay. That's how you brought some. That's sweet. Robert says, looking at UA to see if I can check up on battle, but nothing shows up for Afghanistan. All of it is Ukraine. Yep. That's exactly how it goes. We just stop paying attention to places. Plus, we don't have any information in the region. I mean, I'm sure some, but not enough. With the Taliban controlling everything, they really don't want people to know a lot about what's happening. Robert says, you ever been on live UQ? I haven't. UA, I meant, I haven't. What is it?
UA?
What is it, Robert? What is live UA? I imagine it's something to get like news reports on battles and stuff. Robert says it's a website where you can see battles in action. Yeah, that makes sense. Afghanistan. They're showing some stuff. Let's see. Where is... I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. Panjshir Provence. Okay, that's not exactly. There we go. Yep. The NRF says 11 Taliban fighters have been killed in an ambush in Astana Panjshir region. That was 12 days ago. 17 days ago, the Taliban captured and shot dead 2 members of the resistance front in Pariyan district of Panjshir on Saturday night, June 5th. A local official told Taliban in Panjshir confirmed to Homage that one of their helicopters crashed in Arizo Valley, Panjshir, but added that its crew members have not been taken as war prisoners by NRF forces that are trying to save the crew members, according to them. Interesting. So this is the area approximately where Muhammad is. But yeah, there's no updated news. Let's see if I can't pull anything out.
Aiden.
Yep. Oh, oh my gosh.
I'm trying to find the top of it. No, okay, right here.
Muhammad said he's been shot. He just ran back to the safe room. Muhammad, please be careful. Take care of yourself. Don't be on the stream if you don't need to. Muhammad said he's been shot in his leg. He said it hurts. Yeah, I was gonna say, Muhammad, just take care of yourself. Nate said, Muhammad, if you need to take time to get care, you can, and report back when you can feel better. Agreed. I think you need to take care of yourself. Check on your friend. Check on the people who you need to. We appreciate you, Muhammad. Goodness. Real quick, I want to read an article from a few days ago talking about Panjshir in June 16th. Afghanistan Taliban must immediately stop unlawful killings and arbitrary arrests in Panjshir. Responding to reports of the use of torture, extrajudicial executions, and arbitrary arrests of civilians by the Taliban in Panjshir, Zimin Solatani. Vincent was trying to lighten the mood. Agreed. I appreciate you, Vincent. Biscuits and honey is delicious. If you haven't tried that yet, you definitely should. I used to do that all the time. Muhammad responded, okay, Abdullah here. Muhammad ran out and started to fight again. Bombs are crazy, everything's crazy. How did Muhammad go to fight? Can you clarify for us, Abdullah? How did Muhammad go to fight? I thought he was injured. What's happening? I'm confused. On 12th of June, the Taliban shot dead Mirzada, a resident of Kesa Alal district of Panjshir, who reportedly was also suffering from mental illness. On the 4th of June, the spokesperson for the Taliban governor of Panjshir Province, in a video statement to the media, said that fewer than 40 people were arrested in Panjshir, the National Resistance Front of Afghanistan, an armed group fighting against the Taliban, has strong presence. One of those arrested, Abdul Munir Amini, was reportedly tortured to death. Media reports suggest that a larger number of civilians that are admitted by the Taliban have been arbitrarily arrested from various districts of Panjshir in the past few weeks. Muhammad said he just ran out and said, "Oh, goodness." Muhammad said he's injured. He went untreated. Oh my goodness. It's very scary. I'm sorry to hear, Muhammad. I said Muhammad. I'm sorry to hear, Abdullah. I'm very concerned for Muhammad, and I'm very concerned for your people. Can you tell us more about what's happening? Muhammad said, Abdullah said, "Oh my God, child has been shot." I'm sorry to hear. I feel shocked at this point. Like the last few times we've had something like this happen, I've had like tears brought to my eyes, but I feel numb. Like I don't know how to react. It's terrible. I don't know. Muhammad said by the Taliban, Abdullah said by the Taliban, it has at least 6 years, at most 9. That's ridiculous. Again, I know we have, a 4-year-old here, and it's just horrible to think about. Can you tell us anything about the situation? Are there a lot of people there? What's happening? Are you safe, Abdullah, or are you, in the basement? Where are you? Abdullah said, "Me and Muhammad's family are safe." That's good. That's good. Muhammad said, Abdullah said, "I have a pistol with me." That's good. I'm glad. Robert says, okay, I went on our Afghan conflict and saw that the Taliban convoys have launched a sneak offensive. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Yep, 3 hours ago. More footage of Taliban fighters being sent to Sari Pool to fight Hazara. Taliban commander Mullah Mahdi. Oh gosh, it's a huge amount. Horrific. Robert says, Humvees are rolling across the country, but apparently a commander was killed yesterday. Muhammad said, American revolver. Robert said, the earthquake is a oh goodness. Vincent said, Smith and Wesson Colt. Muhammad says, I don't know. Muhammad said, wait, what is that battle? The one that we're watching right here. We're watching, it looks like a large convoy moving, let's see. It's from 3 hours ago, posted onto the Reddit for Afghan conflict. This is more footage of Taliban fighters being sent to Sar-e-Pool to fight Hazara. Taliban commander Hazara Taliban commander Mullah Mahdi. Somebody trying to explain it. It says, Hazara Taliban commander defected from the Taliban. Taliban are fighting him in his district, if I read it correctly. The video is of Taliban reinforcements moving in to fight his forces. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is one of the first major instances of Taliban infighting that occurred to date. More interesting, this is happening on ethnic lines. A Hazara is challenging the Taliban, which may be a rallying point for other dissenters. Muhammad said, "Oh no, I have to inform them of that convoy." But it seems like it seems like that convoy is going to fight people in Sari Pool. Absolutely. It says Taliban faces growing armed resistance against across Afghanistan. Let's see. This is from the 22nd. This is from today. 10 months into their extremist theocratic rule in Afghanistan, the Taliban are facing growing resistance in different parts of the country. Leading the way is the National Resistance Front, headed by Ahmad Massoud, the son of the legendary commander Ahmad Shah Massoud, who, in his native strategic Panjshir Valley, north of Kabul, valiantly fought the Soviet occupation in the 1980s and then later the Pakistan-backed Taliban Al-Qaeda alliance. He was assassinated in 2001 by the Alliance's agent 2 days before the September 11th attacks on the U.S. Abdullah said, bye everyone. Good luck, Abdullah. Thank you for supporting Muhammad. Muhammad said, Hassan here again. Hello, Hassan. Hassan said, Abdullah just went out. Okay. Hello, Hassan. We're awaiting more information. Says, contrary to the Taliban's claim that the atmosphere of calm and security prevails in Afghanistan, there's been growing resistance to their rule. The NRF has mounted increasingly organized and coordinated operations in Panjshir and the adjacent provinces of Takhar, Baghlan, Badakhshan, Saripol, Faryab, and Kunar in the north and northeast. Sporadic armed operations led by various individuals and groups have gained momentum in several other provinces, including Ghor, located at the center of Afghanistan, and Samagan. Muhammad said, I don't know. Yeah, there's not a convoy there. Muhammad said, I can, excuse me. Hassan says, I cannot go out because I have only one leg. Muhammad told you about that. Yes, absolutely. No, we're, the convoy, I think, was going to somewhere else. Some non-Pashtun figures who had initially been enticed by ethnic Pashtun Taliban to join them have now turned against the group. One of them is Malawi Mahdi Mujahid, an influential leader from ethnic Hazara, whose Shia Islamic sect forms some 15% to 20% of the predominantly Sunni Afghanistan. Mahdi broke away from the Taliban after he was sacked as head of intelligence in Bamyan, the stronghold of Hazaras in central Afghanistan. Concurrently, the Taliban leaders do not represent a cohesive group. They hail from rival eastern and southern provinces, whereas the radical Haqqani network, which is intimately linked to Pakistan's powerful military inter-services intelligence, claims ascendancy from the east. Its more nuanced counterpart, led by Mullah Abdul
Hassan said that Muhammad is back.
Thank you, Muhammad. Thank you, Hassan. Thank you, Hassan, for supporting Muhammad. Okay, so it says the Taliban hail from Gilzai tribe of ethnic Pashtun, the largest minority in Afghanistan. It is the first time elements of the tribe have seized power, in contrast to their Durrani tribal counterparts, who led the country for most of its over 2 centuries life. Taliban leaders are largely trained in a version of Islam that approximates to a mix of Deobandi, Wahhabi, and Salafist Sunni. Most of their commanders and foot soldiers are poorly educated, even in literary Islam. In Pakistani madrasas, religious schools, and have known little more than an austere rural existence. They are divided from within and insecure in relation to the rest of Afghanistan's population, especially in the urban centers, where many experience liberalist political, social, and economic changes during the 2 decades-long occupation. Muhammad says, we repelled the attack, but this is not over. Many of us are dead. I have to treat my leg as soon as possible. Treat your leg, Muhammad. Let us know what's going on later. Please update us when you can. Please go and treat your leg. Please go and take care of yourself and your family, and Abdullah and Hassan. Scary. Very scary. Good to see you, fake name. Thank you for joining us again. Vincent had said hi, fake name. It's good that everybody's here, and again, helping to continue to support Muhammad, Hassan, and Abdullah. Muhammad said, a lot has been going on, name. Robert said, and Muhammad with that leg wound, that's where my friend was shot fighting ISIS and got infected from. Be careful and take care of yourself, Muhammad. You can talk to us later and update us. I'll message you, and we can learn more about the situation. I appreciate you being here and teaching us. Muhammad says, I have medic here. He's treating me. That's good. That's good, Muhammad. It's kind of a graphic question. I looked it up. Robert. Goodness, Muhammad. I'm sorry to hear about that. Muhammad said that he had to get a bullet removed from his leg. That's scary. I hope you're okay, Muhammad. I imagine it does hurt. I'm sorry to hear about that. Please keep us updated. Keep my computer out of the sun.
Yeah.
Muhammad said no drugs, nothing. I imagine that's horrific, Muhammad. And I hope you're okay. Muhammad said I was shot 10 times in my lifetime. Oh goodness. I'm sorry to hear about that. Muhammad said one time in my chest. Oh my goodness. It's horrible. Did you think you were going to survive? Muhammad said this is my 11th time. Wow. Vincent said that must have scared you. I imagine it did. I think any gunshot would scare anyone. Fake name says back, chest or not. But if you got shot in the chest, absolutely. Muhammad says when I was first shot, I had 14 years. Oh, so you were 14 years old when you were first shot. That's wild. Where were you shot at the first time you were shot? Muhammad said stomach. We were charging at a Taliban base. Oh goodness. While they were shooting. I'm sorry that happened, Muhammad. That's scary. I don't think anyone ever wants to feel like what it feels like to be shot. I think we see movies and stuff and we think we understand it, but that's a whole different thing to experience it. Robert said Logar fell. Yep. It did. Muhammad told us that a little while ago. That's absolutely horrible. Vincent said, do you think you're going to win this battle? Muhammad said, AP, Google about earthquake in Afghanistan. Give me information. Can do. Yes, sir. Oh, there we go. Okay. We're looking up information about the earthquake. So it was a magnitude 5.9 earthquake. It affected Pakistan and Afghanistan. The center of it was 19 miles from Dadakhel in Pakistan, and it occurred on June 24th at 3:54 p.m. It says, okay, 5 hours ago, powerful earthquake kills more than 1,000 people in eastern Afghanistan. A strong earthquake struck eastern Afghanistan early Wednesday, killing more than 1,000 people, according to officials from the country's ruling Taliban regime. Muhammad Amin Hafiza, the head of information and culture in the hard-hit Panjshir Province, told CBS News on the phone that the death toll in his province had alone climbed over 1,000, with more than 1,500 others wounded. Some families have completely vanished, Hafiza said, as images emerged of collapsed homes across the region. Information was slow to emerge as the magnitude 5.9 Timblor struck Afghanistan's coast and uh, Paktika provinces around 1:30 a.m. local time. The quake was felt across a vast swath of country, including the capital, Kabul. The disaster struck just a couple months short of the one-year anniversary of the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan. The international community has largely left the country since the Islamist group seized control in August 2021 amid chaotic withdrawal of the U.S. military. The relative lack of foreign government and international aid agency staff and infrastructure in the country was likely to complicate relief efforts, but various agencies quickly said help was on the way. So the OCHA of Afghanistan says shake map, seismic intensity scale, Mercalli from today's 5.9 magnitude earthquake. Life-saving search and rescue efforts are ongoing. Um, Ooh, perfect. So a while ago, Fake Name says, when I left the stream a few hours ago, Muhammad said that he had captured some Afghan fighters, some Taliban fighters, and that they had been, living with him, and had asked if they were still alive. Muhammad said they are still alive. I'm glad to hear that. That's good. Um, Fake Name says, did the Taliban know they're still alive? Muhammad says, now they know. Wild. Fake Name says, do they know they're fighting with you or do they think you're holding them? Muhammad said, hold on, another injured child. Robert says, okay, not so fun fact. What's up? I'm going to continue to read more about the earthquake and inform Muhammad. "26 minutes ago, New York Times. At least 1,000 killed in Afghan earthquake, officials say. More than 1,600 others were injured in this 5.9 magnitude quake, which struck early Wednesday and was centered around the country's remote southeast near the Pakistan border. You can see just the absolute level of destruction. People's entire houses falling apart. And these are very old houses. Let's see. See if we can play it.
دا خو صرف له یوه کلینیکي دا حل دی دغه حالات که باید څه
Goodness.
You are unique.
No ad. Sorry about that, everybody. Muhammad said another child died in my arms while I was treating her. I'm sorry. That's so many people who have been lost so far. Just today. Yeah. Yeah. Manu says, I'm sorry. Robert said, oh my gosh, where's the coverage of this? Exactly. It's sad that we are, some of the only people talking about this. There needs to be more discussion. We need to raise more awareness. Muhammad said, I have no emotions anymore. I'm sorry, Muhammad. I'm sorry that that's happening to you. I'm sorry that's happening to your family and your friends. Muhammad said, I cannot cry, I cannot smile. I can imagine. This is hard, and I know if it's hard for me to watch, it's hard for you in ways I can't understand. So I'm sorry, Muhammad. I ask that you keep us updated, and that you keep telling us what's going on.
And there's violence on my face. The sun's burning me in my eyes.
Muhammad, I hope I was able to provide some information that helped with the earthquake. I will keep in communication with you on Discord if you have the ability. Please keep me updated and let me know what's happening. Muhammad said she had been underfed really badly. I'm sorry, Muhammad. So she'd been injured, but because she was so underfed, she died. I'm sorry. It's horrible. Muhammad said she was 23 kilograms and she was 14. Oh my goodness. That's so small. 23 kilograms is like 50, 60 pounds.
Something like that.
Robert says that's only 50 pounds. Yeah. So basically just bones, skin and bones. That's horrible. Fake name says, may her spirit be taken into the kingdom of God. Absolutely. Muhammad says she looked like a zombie. Yeah. I'm sorry, Muhammad. Robert says the normal amount is 112. Muhammad says in my area. Robert says that just sad. Absolutely. It's a shame. Robert says 62 pounds underweight, living through war all her life. Absolutely. It's brutal, and it's something that, again, I don't think any of us understand. Muhammad said, I'm 40 and have 75 kilograms. Yeah.
It was 165.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's not large for your age either. That's 165. I mean, that's, I guess, relatively normal, but still, it's not a lot. Muhammad said, Allah, just take my soul. I don't want to suffer anymore. Muhammad, I know things are terrible, but you are helping to keep a lot of people okay. You're helping to do a lot for the people who are there, and I think they need you, and I think they're lucky to have you, and I think you being there are making a difference for the future that they can have. So I would tell you, though I cannot imagine the suffering that you're going through, though I cannot tell you everything will be okay, though I cannot hope to understand the feelings that you're feeling, I can only ask that you continue to push through for the people who need you. Muhammad said, fake name says, don't give up, you are a hero. Absolutely, fake name. That is very true. Muhammad said, even worse, I just got info that our captain has been killed. Uh-oh. Oh, goodness. Muhammad says, they elected me to be new captain. Wow. So it sounds like you have a big job, and you have to be there for your people. Muhammad, I wish you good luck. It sounds like you'll know a lot more, and I want to make sure that you stay okay, and that we can reach out, and that we can tell more people about what's happening. Robert says, wow, y'all really bringing back memories for me. New England said, hello, New England. Robert says, so the village held. Yes, I think they have protected their village and driven back the invading Taliban for now. Fake name says field promotions are the worst kind. I think you will lead your men well. Stay strong. Absolutely. Manu says, leave the stream if being on it shows the slightest inconvenience for you. Muhammad says, I'm not even going out. Um, absolutely. I can understand. Um, uh, do you do you have plans for what you'll do? If you're in a leadership position now, are you getting orders from other people in the um, Northern Alliance? What are your plans? What would you like to be done? What do you think can be done? Vincent said, on a happy note, we're all clear to close the house. My dad and I are going to go celebrate. I'll see you guys around. Congratulations, Vincent. Go celebrate. Go enjoy your time. And I can't wait to have you here closer to us in Aeternia and to be able to work on future projects. Thank you, Vincent. Mohammed said, I am new captain. I must get out. If I survive, I survive. If I don't, spread my story. Good luck, Muhammad. We believe in you. We support you. And we will spread your story. Contact us whenever you have the opportunity. And we're lucky to have heard from you thus far. It's good to see you, Muhammad. Inshallah, I will see you. We'll see you soon, Muhammad. I believe in you, and I think we all are rooting for you. And then Muhammad put a flag and put the crescent moon, the symbol of Islam. It's wonderful. We'll see you soon, Muhammad. We believe in you. I think Muhammad's probably head out by now. Manu says, I wish you many blessings. Christian says, a solemn congratulations on your promotion, Muhammad. May you lead your people to liberty, and we hope to hear from you again. Absolutely. Christian, thank you for joining us as well. Thank you for sticking around during the stream. Manu, thank you for being here. I know everybody has been through a very long stream, but this is, again, very important. I didn't want to leave for a second and not document what is going on. Robert says, bless you. Absolutely. This is very, very intense as a situation, and I just want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to really understand what's happening here and to try their best to spread this information. People are being put in compromising situations. They're doing what they have to survive, and they're losing people, lots of people every day. Please spread the word about this. Please tell people what's going on. Please try to help people. This is insane. Daniel Van Blurk says, okay, what the hell did I miss? You're walking in on the end of a stream talking to Muhammad, who is now the leader of a pocket of a new captain for the pocket of Taliban resistance fighters, people who are fighting against the Taliban in the Panjshir region, Panjshir Province in Afghanistan. They were rocked by a horrible earthquake today that killed many, many people, and they were just swarmed by Taliban and attacked with the Taliban trying to take them over. Unfortunately, they have had a lot of people killed. They've had their village, their town attacked and overrun. They lost a lot of people. They continued fighting. They pushed the Taliban out for a moment. Their captain died, and now Muhammad, our friend who we've been talking to on the stream over the last couple days, is now promoted as their new captain because their old captain died and he has seniority. So he's going to fight, and he's trying to lead his people and do what he can. this is scary, and I don't think anybody is uh, prepared for exactly what that means. So we need to keep him in our hearts and in our minds, and to be ready to tell people about what's happening. Daniel said, will there be stream tomorrow or any other day? Yes, absolutely. We're going to try to do more streams throughout the rest of the week. Today's Wednesday. Tomorrow will probably be the last day that we can do a stream here. We may have the opportunity to stream a very small amount during a trip that we go on camping. But I do want to try my very best to keep in touch with Muhammad if he has the opportunity to speak with us over the next few days. And I want to try and make more content in general. I'm probably going to make tomorrow's stream just about micronationalism and about talking, unless Muhammad says he can come back on, in which case I'll probably do another stream with him. But I think it's necessary that we continue to bring this up and to continue to raise awareness. Please share this stream and stream before it on your social media. Please tell people Muhammad's story. Please rewatch this stream if you didn't get to watch the rest of it and to learn about it. This is insane, and we really have to do something about this. We need to change the world. We need to inspire people to understand the horrific atrocities that are happening, and we need to find a way to make some kind of change. So thank you all for being here. I'm lucky to have you here. Aeternia is lucky to have you here, and Muhammad is lucky to have you to listen to his story. Please do not just leave that be. Please take it to heart and spread his story. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell whoever you can about what's happening and what Muhammad and his family and his friends are going through. Robert says, what? Love you, see, my dad is home. I appreciate you, Robert. Thank you for being here, and I will see you later. I appreciate everybody who's here. I'm so thankful for you guys. Manu says, where is he fighting? In the Panjshir province of Afghanistan. Manu. I wish everybody good luck in their lives. I wish everybody, that they're doing well, that you're safe, that you're comfortable in your life, that you're enjoying things. Listening to Muhammad is absolutely eye-opening about how many blessings we have, and also about how much change needs to happen in the world. People like Muhammad don't deserve to die for a war that they have no interest in fighting. They're just trying to protect their homes. They're trying to do what they can to survive. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm lucky to have you. I'm always thinking about you guys and always trying to figure out ways to make this channel better and to reach out to more Aeternians, to make more Aeternians, to develop more for this channel and for micronationalism. But at the end of the day, sometimes we just have to make content like this to point out what's happening and to beg people to keep talking about it. So do not give up in your political struggles. Do not let people forget about what's happening in the world, the injustices that we need to change. Make sure that every day you are doing something to try and further your cause. Micronations are a point of progress. They are a place where people come to learn and develop and to make a home that more represents what they want out of the world. So please, be a part of history, be a part of the change, and make something happen. Share it on your social media, talk to people, listen to stories like we did with Muhammad's, and make sure that they are spread as far and wide as possible so that he can be honored for what he has been doing. We're lucky to have you here. I'm lucky to have you here, and I can't wait till next time that I get to talk to you all. Real quick, I want to read the last few comments and then we're going to head out. Daniel said, see you all then. See Daniel. Manu said, no one deserves a war, period. I completely agree. It's a tragedy. Fake Name says, if he lives, he's a hero. If he dies, he's a hero and a martyr. I have held snipers as my personal heroes. Muhammad is now my top personal hero. I appreciate that, Fake Name. I agree. He's definitely up there for me. I'm lucky to know him. And I hope we get to continue hearing from him as time goes New England says, good morning, Tiffany. How are you?
Um, it's afternoon here, but good morning to you. I'm doing fine.
Yeah, very cool. I think he's in Australia, so very cool. Thank you for being here, New England. Good afternoon, everybody. And again, I know right now I'm not super energetic and I'm not super cheery. This really, really got to me.
Well, that's the point. Every time something sad happens, everyone's quick to try to either one, change the subject, two, lighten the mood to make everyone happy again, because no one wants to sit and be sad. But sometimes this is what you need to do, is just soak it in, realize that life isn't fair in some places, and they don't have it nearly as good as you. So sometimes just sitting there and being sad really makes you like realize the difference between your life and someone who's like going through bigger stuff.
There's more comments. New England says, I'm the king of Andrew, King Andrew of my nation. Yep. It's good to see you, King Andrew. Yeah. That's really well said, too. I agree. I want everybody to know that no matter what's happening in your life, we've been dealing with a super, super dramatic topic here, and one that definitely deserves attention and deserves respect. But at the same time, I know that everybody, like we've been talking about earlier in the stream, has their own life issues. They have their own difficulties. They have their own problems.
Sorry, I want to come on my toe.
You're okay. And I want to make sure that you know that those are important too. And that if you're trying to fight for things in your local area, if you're trying to make change and trying to raise awareness for things, know that you have our support. Know that it's important for people to have a better quality of life and for people to feel respected and loved and heard by their communities, by their friends, by their neighbors, and by other people across the world. We're not fighting in Afghanistan. We don't know what's happening. We don't know the people who are there, but we got to know Muhammad, and I hope we continue to know Muhammad. I, again, feel lucky to have been able to hear his story, and hopefully to continue to hear his story. I want to thank everybody for being here and for witnessing that. And I want us to share that. I don't want us to stop. Keep it up. Keep up the push in your own neck of the woods, in your own neighborhood to make change. Continue to be the change that you want to see and that you want to inspire and that you wanted to be there, which is the reason that you started your micronation in the first place. Make that change. Be there for those people. And we will make a difference. One day, come hell or high water, we will go about it the right way. We will go about it the peaceful way. And we will make change. One day at a time. So, once again, I appreciate you all. I'm lucky to have you here. I think about you guys all the time, and I'm continuing to plan things for Eternia. We're going to make some more edited content. We're, of course, going to have many more of these streams as we push toward 4,000 watch time hours. We're going to get that, if not by the end of June, which is unlikely, definitely into July. We should hit 4,000 watch time hours, so long as we can keep it up. So I appreciate you all. I appreciate you every single day that you're here. I appreciate you thinking about us. I appreciate you keeping us in your hearts. Again, if you can support us at all, if you care to support us at all, there's always the links that are in the description with Ko-Fi, with our Patreon, if you want to become a citizen, or if you just want to support us on a monthly level. It means a lot. And to everybody out there, I hope you have a good afternoon. Hope you have a good night. And I will see you tomorrow for another stream to talk about different micronational topics. Until then, I just wanted to say, Eternia forever.
Jinx, you owe me a Coke.
Jinx.
And mine too.
Have a good night, everybody.